To the New South Wales university sector. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation and the traditional custodians of the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us here today. My name is Sarah Kane and I'm the chair of the committee. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome, Dr. Lucas, and thank you for making the time to give evidence. Could I start by asking you to state your name and position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation?
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Kane. My name is Adam Lucas. I was formerly a senior lecturer at the University of Wollongong in the School of Humanities and Social Inquiry. I'm currently an honorary senior fellow at the University of Wollongong.
Thank you. And would you like, could you, either an oath or an affirmation?
Yes, sure. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. And would you like to start by making a short opening statement?
Of course. Thank you, Dr. Kane. Good morning, honourable members. Thank you for this opportunity to appear before you today and for convening this important inquiry. My submission with Professor Guthrie highlights the fact that Australia's public universities are in the midst of a profound governance failure. Over the past 3 decades, collegial and democratic decision-making has been replaced by highly centralised executive control. That control is exercised by vice-chancellors and governing councils that increasingly resemble corporate boards, but they lack adequate oversight mechanisms to ensure universities remain focused on their core missions of teaching, research and social engagement. This lack of adequate oversight has had and continues to have very destructive consequences. Across New South Wales and nationally, we're seeing repeated waves of mass sackings, wholesale subject deletions and abrupt course closures. These decisions are routinely made without meaningful academic participation and are routinely justified by opaque claims of financial crisis that collapse under scrutiny when cash reserves and asset positions are independently examined. The damage to educational quality is severe. When disciplines are hollowed out through redundancies and program closures, universities lose their capacity to reproduce themselves intellectually. Australia can't properly train future academics or professionals or researchers if our disciplinary corps have been dismantled, nor can universities provide adequate professional training for graduates when curricula repeatedly being restructured to meet short-term budget targets rather than educational or accreditation standards. These are all the predictable outcomes of a governance model dominated by people whose primary experience lies outside education. Our research shows that 2/3 or more of university council members now come from finance, property and consulting backgrounds, many of whom have links to the Big Four accountancy and consulting firms. Current and former employees of PwC, KPMG, Deloitte and EY now have positions in senior management, executive ranks and governing bodies throughout most, if not all, of our universities. The same firms that audit them are hired as consultants to design restructures, including mass redundancies and curriculum transformations that rarely involve academic input or oversight. The Big Four have helped university executives to construct paper financial crises through accrual accounting narratives. They recommend slash and burn solutions and then profit again by auditing or reviewing the outcomes. Meanwhile, staff are sacked, disciplines are erased, and students receive a thinner, more precarious education. State governments possess the legislative powers to intervene. They can reform governing councils, mandate democratic representation, require transparent financial reporting, and enforce universities' public purpose obligations. But as our submission makes clear, state action alone is not enough. What's required is coordinated reform across the states, territories and the Commonwealth to close governance gaps that executives and senior managers currently exploit. This inquiry has a rare opportunity to stop the rot from the head The question isn't whether reform is possible, but whether governments are prepared to act before the public university system is irreversibly damaged. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lucas, and thank you for your very comprehensive submission. I wanted to sort of jump right in to some of the areas that you talk about in your submission. In our last hearing, we heard from UTS academics who raised concerns about accounting and reporting choices of UTS management. You also raised similar questions about the use of accrual accounting methods, which you say are often selectively applied. And you just mentioned it very briefly when you talk about the sort of confected financial crises. Why is the method problematic? And if you can remember, you're speaking to sort of finance accounting lay people. Well, I speak for myself on that one.
Sure.
And also, have you seen it applied at the University of Wollongong? To what end? Given that they have engaged on what I understand they call a strategic transformation. So there's three parts to that. Why is it problematic? Sure. Have you seen it applied at UOW, and to what end?
Okay, so let me just take some notes here so I know how to answer. So why is it problematic? Has it been applied at UOW? And sorry, what was the last one?
And to what end? What's been the result of that application?
To what end? Yeah, sure. Well, it's problematic because we used to run under cash accounting principles, and most of our budgets are based on cash in and cash out. At the moment, something like 35% of university funding comes from the federal government. Most of the remaining 2/3 is from student fees. There's only a relatively small amount comes from alumni, from external grants, from philanthropic trusts and so on. It was probably 6 or 7%. So it is most meaningful to look at cash in and cash out in terms of the overall budgeting for universities, and that was the case until quite recently. So accrual accounting is a form of accounting that is used by commercial entities, by commercial corporations and businesses, to account for depreciation and amortization of equipment and property that they purchase, which obviously makes sense for a commercial entity to be doing that. Now, the problematic issue for universities is that they receive a lot of their property as well as equipment for free through government grants. So essentially, if they're then depreciating assets that they've acquired for free, then they're able to offset some of those costs against their cash income and make their finances look worse than they actually are. Similarly, they're able to book paper losses on investments as also, losses to the finances of the university. But again, they're not realised or crystallised losses, as we say in accounting. They're just paper losses. So, investment income and the value of investments that are external to the university can fluctuate over time, and yet they can still be used as a way of making university finances look worse than they actually are. So that's, I guess, in a nutshell. Does that make sense to everybody?
It does. And why does it matter? Why does that matter that they're making university financials look worse than they are?
Well, because those worse financial outlooks are then used to justify, generally speaking, job cuts, but they could also be cuts to subjects, they could be cuts to courses, they could be cuts to whole programs, to degrees, or they could be cuts to whole disciplines because they're not deemed to be financially viable. So, traditionally in the universities, we've used those areas where we've drawn more revenue. So, for example, business, commerce, could be engineering or medicine or law, to cross-subsidise other areas of the university or other teaching or discipline areas that are not doing so well in particular years. Because another issue is, of course, enrolments fluctuate from year to year, and disciplines and courses go in and out of fashion. And so looking at income in isolation for individual units and disciplines and looking at, whether they're financially viable or not from year to year is not a good way of dealing with the governance of our disciplines and how our subjects and programs are being run and offered, because downturns can happen over 2 or 3 years. That can make a whole discipline or a whole program or course look much worse than it actually is. And often these things are temporary. And also, we as academics have very little control over marketing of our disciplines and our courses and our subjects. This is generally run centrally, and yeah, we have very little input into that. And often the people who are running marketing, with respect, we think don't really know what they're doing. So often, particularly disciplines and courses that are not so visible to particularly high school graduates will tend not to get very good enrolments unless there's an effort made by the university to actually promote them.
Okay.
So, this is a fairly long-winded way of
No,
explaining this.
it's very helpful. And I did ask specifically about University of Wollongong. Is there anything you can add that's more specific?
Yes, look, Wollongong has been indulging in this kind of creative accounting, and it's perfectly legal for them to do this because they're required to do so by state legislation. In terms of the details of how this is played out, I can provide the committee with work that we have done on this, but to actually just recite to you now exactly how this has all worked, it's a little bit problematic.
Sure.
It's quite detailed and it would take quite a long time to explain.
Could we
I'm
ask?
happy to table that material for you.
That would be great if we could get that on notice to give you an appropriate amount of time. That would be very helpful indeed. And just rounding out on that, but also linking to your comments about sort of the commercial practice and consultancy. In your submission, you do link that sort of depreciation fetish with the link to sort of infiltration by the Big Four accounting firms. Could you speak a bit more about that?
Yeah, I can give you an actual example of this from the submission that Professor Guthrie and I made to the governance inquiry in relation to UOW. So if you don't mind, I can
read Senate inquiry?
some of our submission in relation to this question.
Sure.
Okay, so in 2021, the New South Wales Auditor General mandated that UOW revise its 2020 financial statements because of an irregular accounting transaction, and that was to do with a previously undisclosed expense of $169 million related to UOW's withdrawal from its failed public-private partnership to build and operate the new student accommodation, which has subsequently been built. KPMG played a pivotal role throughout that process. They served as the internal auditor, and while a partner in KPMG, who was a long-serving member of the University Council, was appointed by the current New South Wales Minister for Education as Deputy Chancellor. The same council member was also part of the Finance and Infrastructure Committee that oversaw the preparation of the 2020 financial accounts. And that same Deputy Chancellor, who was an audit and assurance partner at KPMG's Enterprise Division, he spent over 20 years as a partner at KPMG's Wollongong office, including 7 years as its managing partner. His engagement with UOW extends beyond the council. He's participated in various committees, notably serving as chair of the advisory board for UOW's former faculty advice. During his tenure on the UOW council, KPMG provided several services to the university, although the costs of these services are not disclosed in publicly available records. Since 2004, UOW's hired KPMG for various professional services, with their collaboration beginning in 1995. In 2022, KPMG was the university's designated internal auditor and conducted audits in several key areas. These audits included examining controls over admissions expenditure and student administration, auditing a research institute that was later closed, and focusing on end-user device management to ensure compliance with information technology policies and procedures, both in Australia and internationally. That was in the annual report of 2023. Another instance of KPMG's involvement with UOW is reflected in its participation in the development application for UOW's planned health and wellbeing precinct after Lend-Lease was named the project partner in 2023. This major initiative represents a significant public-private partnership with Lend-Lease. It requires $250 million in capital to construct an independent living retirement complex on university land. Lend-Lease will manage the complex, including residential agreements, aged care facilities, a childcare centre, community facilities, a cafe and community hub, and neighbourhood retail outlets. To finance this and other construction projects, the university has got to service borrowings of at least $750 million. And of course, borrowings should not be used for operating expenses. So those two examples suggest that UOW significantly deviated from its traditional teaching and research mission over the past decade toward a property development enterprise, and KPMG has been instrumental in facilitating that transformation.
Thank you.
So that's the end of that part of the submission, and I hope that sort of clarifies or at least gives you an example of the kinds of things that the Big Four have been involved with.
And I just, thank you, though, that's extremely helpful. That overview really paints a picture that we can explore, I think, throughout the day. So just confirming, so the Auditor General found an accounting irregularity in 2021 to the tune of $169 million.
That's correct.
Okay.
That was,
I'm not an auditor, but that sounds like a large amount.
It's an extremely large amount, and we're still paying interest on that. Now, we're paying about $21 million in interest on loans that have been brought for construction purposes. So that $169 million was borrowed to pay out the project partner on the student accommodation because there was a poor risk assessment done on the project, and basically UOW was wearing the cost of the COVID enrolment downturn and the lack of lets in the student accommodation. So they were having to pay out the project partner a few $1 million a week to compensate them for that. And that obviously proved to be financially unsustainable. And so the university took out a loan to purchase the student accommodation for and buy out the project partner.
Right. Okay, thank you. No, that's all extremely helpful. Could I ask a slightly different question? You spoke generally, of course, about governance, but you note in your submission that the University of Wollongong Council currently appears to be in breach of the Act because of the makeup of council. And I note that there have been 2 new appointees this week. So I wondered if you could talk a bit more about that.
Sure. Well, there is a clause in all of the New South Wales Acts to say that no group within the governing council should form a majority. But I think currently there are 4 elected members of council currently, even though the Act only requires 3. But last count, last time that we looked at the council makeup on the university's website, there appeared to be, I think, 6 or 7 external appointments. So if one group is not supposed to form a majority, then I'm pretty sure if that council makeup is still the case, that there's a breach because that external group of appointed members is a majority.
Okay. Can I ask maybe one more question and then I'll hand over to colleagues. As you would be aware, the Senate inquiry handed down its report last week, and its first recommendation was to review the Acts. And I wanted to ask what would be your number one priority for changing University Acts, particularly if we're thinking about University of Wollongong. It's one of those few universities that have that geographical component to serve the needs of the people of the Illawarra. So I just wondered if you could, identify what would be your number one recommendation for changing the Acts, and maybe particularly we've been talking about Wollongong and it has that special regional component in light of that.
Sure. Well, it seems to me that one of the most important things is improving not just improving the tertiary education expertise on councils, which is something that not only the Accord recommended, but this recent governance inquiry. But that is really not sufficient for dealing with this. It's not enough just to appoint additional people with tertiary education experience. That's why we need to have more elected representation on the governing bodies, but also within internal committees and decision-making bodies, because at the moment, a lot of that is just decided by executive fiat. So, I mean, there are a number of reasons why council expertise alone is not enough. Because expertise without democratic mandate doesn't constrain executive power. Appointing more academics to councils improves knowledge, but it doesn't change the power structure. You know, councils remain self-perpetuating bodies that delegate authority to executives. And without elected members, expertise can be marginalised, it can be overridden, or it can be isolated within a corporatised governance culture. Elected staff and students provide structural accountability. They don't provide advice necessarily. Elected representatives are accountable to the constituencies inside the institution, and that creates ongoing scrutiny because they're actually representing staff or students. And it's not a one-off expert input, which is the case often with consultants. It ensures that decisions affecting teaching quality, workloads, student welfare, and disciplinary survival are tested against lived institutional realities. It prevents governance capture and groupthink, because councils dominated by appointed members are vulnerable to homogenous thinking, and this is something that certainly all of us who've served on councils have seen happening. It also makes them vulnerable to consultant influence, not having enough democratic representation on them. And we also see lots of revolving door appointments. Mandated elected representation introduces diversity of perspective. It reduces the risk of coordinated executive consultant and narratives going unchallenged. Because this is another thing which we keep seeing happening, is that consultants provide a playbook, executives implement the playbook, it's a fait accompli. There's a simulation of consultation, but it's always with a predetermined outcome. And clearly, one of the reasons why governments, corporations, universities hire external consultants rather than drawing on in-house expertise is because they want a predetermined outcome. They want something that is going to accord with what they already have decided.
Thank you. Sorry,
So
didn't interrupt.
I think that kind of gives you enough background.
Yep.
I mean, again, we've got more material that we can provide you to support some of these arguments, should you wish.
Because you've offered, I would say yes, please. If you can provide that on notice, that would be great. I would like to just check in with Ms. Mitchell. You have some questions?
Yes, thank you. Thanks, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Lucas, for your evidence and for appearing. I actually just sort of had one issue that I wanted to ask you about, and it goes to, I guess, the role of the minister and the oversight. You do talk about in your submission effectively how the sort of role of the ministerial power, and again, just to be clear, not reflecting on any individual who currently has the role or has previously, but just the fact that the ministerial powers are quite vague and inconsistently enforced. And then you also make a recommendation that there should be a joint university governance review panel with the Minister and the Auditor General to do those periodic audits. I thought that was quite an interesting concept, and I just wondered if you could talk to us a little bit more about why you think that's necessary, and also whether that happens in any other jurisdictions.
Look, as far as I know, that Joint University Governance Review Panel does not exist in any of the other jurisdictions, so this would be a first if you were to introduce something like this. I mean, these things may have operated in the past, Ms. Mitchell, but I'm not sure, because I haven't been in the system for long enough to know that. You'd probably have to ask some of our older colleagues as to whether structures like that existed, or possibly people who'd worked in the Federal Department or State Department of Education. Well, the idea is, if you're conducting periodic audits of University Council's activities and reporting them publicly to Parliament, then University is going to realise that there's a lot more scrutiny on them, and that ultimately they are going to have to provide information which they haven't been required to provide publicly in the past. And I think a lot of what is going on at the moment is happening because there's a lack of scrutiny over a lot of these sorts of issues. So what we were recommending is that there should be targeted ministerial approval powers for high-risk activities, and that should include central borrowing. It should include long-term land alienation. It should include the establishment of controlled entities above any defined materiality thresholds. But just to give you one example of why this is important, now I just know, I've just heard this, so this is hearsay, but it's to do with one of the overseas campuses that one of the universities has just approved in India. And apparently this was done without council approval at the university concerned. And the agreement that was signed with the Indian government to start this campus means that whatever capital the university puts into that campus in India will not be able to be withdrawn should that campus fail. So that is an example of poor decision making that has had inadequate oversight. So I'm sure that if the Minister and the Auditor General had had some involvement or some oversight over these sorts of issues, decisions like that would not be made. Or there would be more checks and balances put into the contract prior to making that commitment.
Effectively, it's just increased oversight and I guess public accountability around decisions that have been made,
Yeah,
or that are
essentially.
will be made. Yep.
Yeah, and it doesn't involve the Minister micromanaging what's going on. It just means that in the legislation that there are defined thresholds over which universities have to declare what they're actually doing. And particularly, we've seen a number of failed overseas campuses begun by a number of universities, and because of this accrual accounting mechanisms and the lack of requirements on the universities to provide detailed accounts of these overseas entities, there's clearly some cross-subsidisation happening, and there's money going from our main campuses here in Australia into these entities to prop them up. And that is not what should be happening. I mean, that is not what the Commonwealth funds universities to do with student fees. That money should continue to be recycled and spent within Australia, not spent on overseas recruiting ventures.
Thank you. That's useful. I'll leave my questions there, Chair. Thank you.
Ms Merton, do you have any questions at this stage? Mr Diatta?
I wanted to ask about the mandate of the University of Wollongong in relation to serving the Illawarra region. Is there any specific requirement for the council to be composed of people from the Illawarra?
Yeah, now, I believe in the older legislation there certainly was. In the current legislation, I don't recall that there is any such requirement. There is, because this is something we analysed in a number of the greater Sydney area universities. So I think UTS and, not UTS, University of Newcastle and Western Sydney University, I think they're the only two that had any requirements around, servicing and drawing from the local communities. I mean, I could be wrong about the current Wollongong Act. There might be a requirement for one or two of those positions to be drawn from the local community. I know there used to be, but I'm just a little bit rusty on this question, so I'm not absolutely sure about that.
And does any of the current leadership have any specific affinity with the Illawarra?
Look, I think a number of the people who are on council certainly have lived and worked in the Illawarra for a long period of time, but as to whether they have any particular affinity or commitments to things that are going on here in the Illawarra, I couldn't tell you. I mean, I know that there is a commitment on the part of several of the governing body members to the construction of this health and wellbeing precinct, which has been very controversial. But other than that, I honestly couldn't tell you.
I wanted to explore some comments you made earlier about this idea around booking losses. So I don't really understand why the university would be motivated to make things look worse than they currently are. Can you perhaps just elaborate on the dynamics that are at play there?
Yeah. Well, if the university has got a particular agenda to redirect funding into some area that it doesn't have adequate funding to at present, then it can potentially make certain areas look worse than they are. I mean, one of the things that we've been seeing happening, not just throughout Australia, but also in some of the UK universities, is arts and humanities and social science disciplines being targeted for job cuts. And this is often being done without any real justification in terms of supposed revenue losses from those discipline areas. So it seems to many of the academics working in those disciplines that those disciplines are being targeted because they provide critical input and commentary on what's happening internally within the universities and externally within our societies more generally. And if there are conservative forces within the universities who do not like to hear that kind of criticism or who are not open to this kind of criticism, then fabricating paper losses can justify removing individuals, removing whole areas, subjects, courses, whole disciplines which are deemed to not be sympathetic or in accord with what the executive and senior management wants. And I think that's kind of the bottom line. And I think there's plenty of evidence to support that when you actually look at the areas that have tended to be targeted. It has not necessarily been, and seems rarely to have been related to actual losses, financial losses related to those areas. And this is another area where there's a real lack of transparency. I mean, here at Wollongong, where I was made redundant in February of this year, 136 of us lost our jobs. The methodology that was used to sack us and to supposedly show that we were not generating sufficient teaching revenue was completely flawed. We repeatedly pointed out the flaws in their methodology. They were never corrected. But, you know, as far as the law is concerned, the universities are within their rights to act in this way.
Can I jump in, Sure. Thank you, Dr. Lucas. You talk about a lack of transparency in decision making, and in your submission you do raise the issue of controlled entities, and you've just mentioned previously international campuses. You note, and it's a concern that I have, that senior executives and or council members often sit on the boards of controlled entities. Can you explain why this is, sort of how widespread this is and why this is an issue?
Well, am I allowed to speak about a whistleblower report that was submitted to the union late last year? Because it specifically made accusations around this issue. Is it okay for me to...
As long as nothing's identified? Yes, I'd just suggest you proceed carefully and make sure there's nothing identifying.
Okay. All right. Okay,
I mean, if
sure.
necessary...
Hang on a sec. Sorry, we just got...
say, if necessary, you could provide a supplementary submission, and that way we can deal with it on a confidential basis. That might be more prudent than having it aired in public hearing.
Okay, well, I can provide the whistleblower's report confidentially, but I can just tell you, without identifying the people involved, what the risk was.
Yes.
So there were two members of one of the university councils who are directors of one of the overseas entities over one of the overseas campuses, and the accusation by the whistleblower was that both of those individuals were drawing $50,000 salaries from that overseas campus, and that was not being declared to the council or being publicly recorded.
Right.
So that was an example of a conflict of interest that was being kind of covered up, and also that the individuals concerned were financially benefiting from it, from their directorships, and they were also making decisions about the ongoing status of that overseas campus.
And are those individuals still on council?
As far as I know, yes, they are.
Okay, thank you. We've only got a few minutes, but Ms. Boyd has just arrived. Are you ready and willing to ask a
I
question?
would love to, just one, if I could. Thank you very much, Chair. Apologies for not being in the room till now. If I could just ask, and I know that you've talked about confidentiality and conflicts of interest, but I guess how do you think we should balance confidentiality requirements for things, that are genuinely of a confidential nature versus those where it's just, perhaps sensitive or embarrassing to the executive that doesn't really require confidentiality? How do you think we try and address that?
Sure. Well, there are ways of dealing with that, and my immediate response would be, if we had more democratic oversight of council deliberations and we had more democratic participation in council deliberations, then there's going to be more pushback in terms of efforts by the executive and senior management to try to, let us say, conceal or obfuscate certain decisions that they're involved in making. So just the fact that you have more deliberative processes over council activities and university activities, I would have thought would help in ensuring that things that were genuinely needed to remain confidential did remain confidential, and things that should be in the public domain should be allowed to be in the public domain. Because at the moment, there are all kinds of restrictions on what can and can't be spoken about by members of council to the general constituency of the university or to the public, including there are restrictions on how people vote on particular issues. Virtually all of council business is considered to be, restricted and confidential. Minutes of council meetings are not generally available to the public or to university staff. So there's a whole range of transparency issues around the way that governing councils operate that need to be, light needs to be shed on those activities. And I think if you do have more democratic oversight, then you can see better decisions being made about what should be confidential and what isn't.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Boyd. Thank you, Dr. Lucas. That brings us to the end of time here for your evidence. We very much appreciate you appearing and very much appreciate your submission, and I think you have agreed to take a couple of things on notice, and there may well be some supplementary questions. The Secretariat will get in touch with you about those and the time frame, which I think we've pushed out to the end of January for responses. So thank you so much again.
And thank you again, Dr. Kane, and I will endeavour to get that material together to you as soon as I can.
Thank you so much.
Thanks again for the opportunity to speak to you all.
Pleasure.
Goodbye.
Let you get settled first. Proban Rapsy and Dr. Engel for appearing today. If we could begin by each of you stating your name and position title and swearing either an oath or an affirmation, starting with Professor Proban Rapsy.
My name is Fiona Proban-Rapsy. I was formerly the branch president of the NTU at UAW. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Dr. Engel.
Hi, I'm Associate Professor Susan Engel. I'm the current branch president of the NTU and in the Politics and International Studies program. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And would you like to begin by making a short statement?
Yes.
Thank you.
So my name is Fiona Proban-Rapsy, formerly branch president at the University of Wollongong, where I was also a professor for 9 years, head of school for 3 years, member of academic senate and various other university and faculty committees. I left in February this year through a voluntary redundancy scheme when my position was disestablished along with 100 or so other academic positions. The restructure or so-called transformation that UAW is still undergoing was put into effect under a uniquely bizarre and chaotic governance arrangement. In 2024, a newly installed Chancellor, Michael Still, took on what looked like operational and executive powers that are usually held by a VC. One VC suddenly departs, and instead of appointing a permanent VC replacement, University Council appoints an interim VC, John Dewar, who also happens to be a business partner at the consultancy firm Mentha, which is then also given a contract to conduct operational reviews leading to job cuts and restructures. I think many of us who love UAW are still wondering, how did this happen? How did Council and Chancellor Michael Still effectively hand over the running of an institution, a public institution, to a private consultancy firm? How is it possible that Council, or rather its even more opaque subcommittees, did not take seriously the conflict of interest that this generated? Mentha seems to have made $3 million from this arrangement. Management lied to staff when they claimed that Dewar was on leave from Mentha. A GIPper revealed that he was doing a 9-day fortnight with 1 day set aside for Mentha. UAW suffered reputational damage, loss of experienced staff, and is still going through a restructure that may cost the institution more than its projected savings. No one has or likely will be held accountable for the failure to take the conflict of interest seriously or the long-term negative impacts of yet another restructure. Under current governance arrangements, the Chancellery and Council is pretty much insulated from being held to account. Now, this is not a criticism of individual council members over the years, but it does reflect systematic problems with how university councils operate. In one of our meetings with the Chancellor, I had to draw a diagram to explain how academic workloads consist of teaching, research, and administration. He had no background in education, let alone tertiary education. Consultants are often brought in as a way of filling in gaps in knowledge, and governance failures provide great opportunities for consultants, and so the cycle continues. Professor Corinne Cortez's submission points out that in 2024, New South Wales University spent over $640 million on consultants. Imagine what we could do with all that money in the classroom, in research, in libraries, in student support, in actual teaching and research activities, in actual jobs to get the work done. But no, instead of that, we are told that we can't spend money from research accounts. Study leave is cancelled yet again. Subjects with fewer than 50 students in them will be permanently axed. There goes most of languages at UAW, gender studies, cultural studies, big parts of geography, maths, physics, engineering. While UOW in the Illawarra and South Coast shrinks its offerings, it opens yet another overseas campus. Of all New South Wales universities, UOW operates the most overseas controlled entities. Through a subsidiary called UOWGE, it runs campuses in Dubai, Hong Kong, Malaysia, Singapore, India, and it recently announced plans to open a campus in Saudi Arabia, much to the surprise of many. Does the Illawarra really benefit from opening a UOW campus in Saudi Arabia, where Human Rights Watch reports an increase in rights violations? How does UOWGE justify spending money on a campus in Saudi Arabia and not use that money to support the public mission of the university as stated in the UOW Act, to provide research and education with, quote, having particular regard to the needs of the Illawarra region? We welcome this committee's willingness to look into these issues and jumpstart the reforms that are so desperately needed. The reforms should start with including more elected staff and students on university councils, addressing a skills deficit in council appointments, requiring more transparent financial reporting of subsidiaries, and crucially, publishing accurate minutes of all council committees so that we can check how decisions that impact so many thousands of people in the community are being made. Thank you.
Thank you. And Dr. Engel, do you have a separate statement?
Yes, if I could.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks. I wanted to, I was originally a professional staff member at University of Wollongong, but have been there as an academic staff member since 2008. As I mentioned before, I'm now the elected branch president after Fiona's departure. I wanted to update you briefly on the developments over the last year. So the year started with the impacts of the 136 odd academic redundancies and wholesale changes to learning and teaching that have impacted really many students and staff negatively. I had a student in class at the end of semester explain that while they had valued the subject my co-teacher and I had taught them that semester and the effort we'd put into it, that the last year had been the worst of their life, which was really hard to hear as an academic who values their professionalism, as they tried to navigate all the changes to their degree. Academic staff are exhausted. We're dealing with curriculum changes imposed from above with no support, while still doing our best to ensure quality teaching for our students. We've had postgraduate students left without proper, adequate supervision and no support for research. In terms of the impact of that change, there's meant to be, under the enterprise review of the enterprise agreement, a review of the change implemented against its rationales and expected outcomes within 6 to 12 months of the final plan. That plan was released in around October last year. We just had a few weeks ago, so past that 12 months, a discussion at a joint consultative committee meeting about the nature of that review. We're quite shocked at the very minimal approach that the university was going to take to review the changes of the impacts on teaching and learning, which was just going to look at affected staff. We've made the case that all academic staff in particular have been impacted by the changes, and that students should also be discussed. They should be at the front and centre of understanding how these changes have impacted. That, as we've gone into the year, it's the professional staff transformation processes that have dominated. The wholesale restructuring process has yet again consumed thousands of hours of staff hours, distracting from core university business, and in our view has produced really dysfunctional outcomes. The result so far has been there's been around 160 so-called voluntary redundancies being paid out, a net headcount reduction of around just under 100 full-time equivalent staff, but there are also 144 vacancies being advertised, many of which are already on the UOW website. So because, the process have just resulted in so many people leaving or losing, not wanting to stay. With the arrival of new senior management in recent times, some of the changes made in the last round just a few months ago already seem to be being wound back. So where a senior manager was removed, there's now being a new one hired. None of this is good for staff morale, but nor can it be a good investment for universities to pay out redundancies only to re-employ sometimes even some of the same people after their exclusion period from employment has been concluded. Even where staff are new, I believe it would have been cheaper and resulted in less loss of expertise for the university to engage in a more strategic, targeted process and supported by training and redeployment where possible, with engaging with the NTU to do that. Despite the appointment of a new Vice-Chancellor, the churn in senior management appointments continues to create instability and undermine academic leadership. I've personally been in a faculty for, I think, must be now 2 years, that has been where every position above me has been interim leaders with very little decision-making authority, or they always indicate that at meetings. And while there's no permanent leadership, nobody takes responsibility. Finally, in terms of governance directions, relating to the discussion about KPMG, the announcements that were mentioned before of new governance included a new Deputy Chancellor who is an ex-KPMG partner replacing a previous PwC partner in this case, replacing somebody, in this case I think as Deputy Chancellor, who was another ex-Big Four consultancy firm partner. So even this in this environment, we're continuing the inappropriate influence of corporate consulting firms at the top of the university.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. And I wonder if I could, there's lots of questions to ask, but if I could jump back in, Professor Prabin-Rabsi, to the 2024 transition of Vice-Chancellors. And you mentioned the appointment of interim VC John Dewar by the Chancellor. Now, you mentioned that a GIPA was undertaken. Was that undertaken by the union? Mm-hmm. Yeah. So the NTU initiated a GIPA that found that John Dewar was still working for Mentha. And the reason I want to check this is because there has been evidence given to both the Senate inquiry and to budget estimates saying that that's not the case. So I want to check with you that very clearly that the GIPA evidence is that he was working both at UOW and Mentha.
So my understanding is that he was working a 9-day fortnight and with 1 day set aside for mentoring with Mentha staff.
Right, so working a 9-day fortnight at UOW. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to be clear on that. The other thing that I wanted to ask about, because I wanted to understand a bit more what you mean and what it means, this idea that academics can't spend money from their research accounts. And for those who aren't academics, perhaps if you could explain the source of that research funding and how that generally works.
Mm-hmm. So during some of the financial shortfall that UOW was facing was met with a series of plans by the executive to address UOW finances, and one of those plans included placing restrictions on research expenditures. What that meant was that ARC grant holders, for example, or academics who hold grants from research granting bodies, NHMRC, ARC, or even from other third parties.
So external
money to the university that is Commonwealth money often as well. That academics were suddenly faced with a whole raft of obstacles placed in the way of spending their research money. So many academics experienced this where they were having to ask permission to access their grant money, and prior to this never having to do that. And the response was often, no, you can't spend that money on X or Y because it's not a line item in the budget that you've submitted to the grant body. And the fact is that very often research grants don't require line by line, item by item expenditure accounts. So you get a certain amount for that might be attached to travel, or a certain amount that might be big sums, not line by line. And by imposing this level of detail that was required, it made it impossible for many research staff to actually spend their research grants. And this precipitated a whole series of conversations with very senior researchers at UAW and concerns about the implications for making progress on the research projects themselves, whether or not it actually contravened the grant agreements between UAW and the granting bodies, and whether or not it was safer or better for research staff to actually shift their grants to other institutions which didn't have the same kinds of restrictions.
And just to be clear, so this is research money that's effectively, competitively won through external, often Commonwealth-funded research bodies, that then gets paid to the university, so it sits in university accounts.
Yep.
So consolidated university accounts.
Yep.
And if you don't spend that money sits on the accounts of the university.
Exactly. And so you can see why rumours, of course, started to circulate that this was a way that UAW could bolster its accounts for that year. By restricting the expenditure of that money, it made their finances look a whole lot healthier. But the long-term impacts of that on staff actually doing a good portion of their job, i.e. research, was quite profound.
Okay, and we're talking in the scale of millions, aren't we, when we talk about ARC grants or NHMRC grants? We're talking in the scale.
Yeah. I'd estimate about 45 million, for instance.
Okay.
Can I ask a point of clarification?
Of course.
Sorry, just when the grant is awarded or given, is it technically awarded to the university or to the researcher?
That's a very good question. There's an administering organisation that is, so for instance, with my ARC grant, the administering organisation was UAW. But because the grant is attached to me as author, I was able then to shift that to Monash University, which then becomes the administering organisation. So the grant moves with the academic staff in a system of authorship, essentially. It's intellectual property. But UAW does hold the money, as it were.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. And if I could go quickly to the redundancies, I'm getting a sense that when we're told they're voluntary redundancies, that perhaps there might be something a bit more to that. So I wondered if you could speak to the nature of the redundancies.
Yeah, I think the phrase voluntary redundancy becomes a bit painful to staff who go through that process, because it does imply that it was a gracious move on behalf of the university to allow us to leave. In my case, and I think this was a common experience, there was clearly a plan to disestablish the discipline, one of the disciplines that I teach in, and it was very much presented as a fait accompli. I think Adam used that phrase just before in his submission. And it was presented largely by managers who also could not answer questions in relation to the rationale to disestablish those areas, and couldn't provide explanations for their decision making. And I think, as Susan mentioned just before as well, at that time, it was very much the case that all the managers from the local right up to the senior executive and the VC were all in acting roles. So there was literally no one who could actually come up with a comprehensive rationale for what was going on. There seemed to be no one responsible or accountable for it. So I accepted a voluntary redundancy also, rather than go through what appeared to be a sham redeployment process. And my manager at the time refused to recognise the teaching that I did outside of the discipline that was being disestablished. And one colleague who did go through the redeployment process, also a professor, was offered a level A 80% teaching position as an option for redeployment.
Can you just explain what's the
Right.
difference between a professor
From
and a
the
level
top
A?
right to the bottom. We're talking, it took me,
Full professor from a associate lecturer.
so it took me 13 years to get to be a professor. Level A is a tutor, is often a tutor's role. So that's what he was offered as a redeployment option. So what this shows, though, is that clearly there was work for people. They just didn't want to pay professors' salaries. They wanted all that work and all that credibility and all that training, but they didn't want to have to pay those salaries. So it's not a genuine redundancy in that sense. Management were also approaching staff who were targeted for redundancy with the promise that their PhD students, we all have PhD students that we supervise, and the promise was made that those HDR students or high degree research students would not have disruptions to their supervision because staff could continue to supervise students after taking redundancy.
For free.
Exactly. So again, they want our labour, but they don't want to pay for it. And when we brought this up in meetings with senior executive, they said, but this is very common, for academics who leave universities to continue to supervise, which it is. But that's when you retire and you've had a fulsome career, and then you can maybe stay on for a couple of years to finish off with PhDs. It's very unusual for staff who are made redundant to be asked to supervise HDR students for free. So that was on the table as well.
Mr. D. Adam has a related question.
To just explore this process of disestablishing a discipline. So is that, so there's like, which school, might ask what school were you in?
Humanities and Social Inquiry.
And so when you're talking about disestablishing a discipline, like is that a subunit within that school?
Yes. Yeah.
And so is that, how is that described as a organisational unit? What's it
A
called?
discipline.
The discipline.
Yeah.
Okay, so, and is that decision usually made at the school level? Like, does the school decide what disciplines should be established within it, or is that something that's, made more broadly within the university's governance structures?
So schools are often cobbled together through restructures, and one of which is happening right now, where a previously existing school is having other disciplines added to it because they are now orphaned from the dissolving of humanities and social inquiry as a whole.
So how many people would you
Historically.
find in a discipline? Like how many academics would be?
It depends. It very much depends on. They could be quite small. There could be 3 staff in one discipline.
Right.
There could be 1 staff in a discipline. In languages, there was often 2 staff per language, or they can be quite large.
I suppose, obviously, one of the kind of phenomena that we're observing is the sort of elimination of humanities subjects in universities. And I suppose I wanted to kind of get to a question around, well, how should this process actually occur? Who should be making the decision about what the university teaches and what it doesn't teach, and how can that be done in a way that's, I suppose, consistent with a sort of broad philosophy of how a university should be operating and the kind of subject offerings that should occur within a university? Like, what's the ideal?
Can I jump in? I think historically our experience was much more, collegial discussions around those and input from academic staff. There was always a degree of decisions from management around strategic areas and priorities, but a strategic process about assessing student demand, discussing with colleagues the impacts, the best way to organise schools and programs, and increasingly it's just been a top-down process in which we have little input. So in the current one, we've just been restructured from humanities and social inquiry into 2 two different schools, social sciences and a more humanities program, and like academics have really just had no input into that. Whereas historically, there was more input, right?
I'm just conscious of time. So
I really want to get to this idea about, because there's this argument about cross-subsidisation and, you know, whether student enrolment should drive which subjects are offered in universities. But I suppose there's the short-term, you know, ups and downs, and then there's the obligation of the university to preserve particular areas of inquiry just because they're useful or because they're important to society in the long term, you know, whether it's a study of, you know, like Icelandic sagas or something like that, you know, like maybe there's not that many international students who want to enrol there, but there's a societal interest in preserving that, but it can't be subject to the fluctuations of, you know, supply and demand in terms of undergraduate enrolments. Like, how do we make that decision around what should be preserved and what shouldn't?
Previously, we'd had quite complex discussions that involved that assessment about student numbers versus priorities, and looking at, you know, people's contribution across a range of areas too. There are staff, for example, who might be in a discipline with less students, but they take on a heavy governance load. And in previous rounds of processes, those kinds of things have been like always looked at as a whole. In this current process, we were given, or the last process, we were given dodgy numbers that didn't actually even accurately represent people's teaching, like the number of students in each subject, and there was no consideration of other priorities, other contributions. For example, in Fiona's case, teaching across from politics and cultural studies, where we have quite, you know, significant, strong numbers. And so there was no balancing of those. It was just
thank you.
dodgy numbers.
Thank you. I might hand over to my colleague.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much to both of you for being here and your contribution. If I could just pick up, look, in an earlier hearing pertaining to another university, they were reflecting on sort of the transformation journey and the financial arrangements facing the university, and there was also discussion about student offerings for going forward in terms of sort of 2026. A lot of key subject areas were on hold. I'm just wondering whether there might be something you could share with us just in terms of the impact on students and the subject offerings sort of for 2026.
Well, I mean, with the disappearance of academic staff, those subjects often will be not offered, discontinued, and eventually deleted. The complication for universities is that when a student enrolls in a course, the student expects that their course should resemble the course that they started by the time they get to the end. And what's happening increasingly is that in these very dramatic, quite shocking and fast turnaround transformations of curriculum, the student perspective, who is, you know, essentially relying on the fact that the institution is stable enough so that they can exit the degree that they entered with and accomplish that, can no longer be relied on. So subjects that I taught are no longer going to be offered. So students in the law faculty, for instance, my daughter is studying law and reports that is facing a depleted set of electives, meaning that she will finish her degree with much fewer options in terms of training and experience in pursuing that degree. So the implications are really profound in terms of that breach of trust and of contract with students. And we have to also put this into perspective that students are paying much more for much less. You know, their degrees are diminished, these course offerings are diminished, and they're paying much more to attend universities, and then add to that the cost of living. So the students, of course, will speak to this when they get a chance to, but one of the things that we were most concerned about was always the impact on students, and particularly for academic staff, for senior academic staff who were also, it seems, encouraged to take VRs, let's say. The implications for research students is really quite profound when suddenly over the summer you realise that your supervisor has been made redundant. What does that say about their future? What does that say about the future of the discipline that they've been studying for a PhD in?
A normal curriculum transformation process would involve a teach-out plan for any degrees that were being, cancelled, ended, and a plan for changes. So normally you would, introduce the changes to first year in the following year, and second year subjects in 2 years down the track, third year subjects 3 years down the track, and have a systematic teach-out plan for any students still, particularly in any degrees that were being ended. And that did not occur with the transformation at UOW. Students were left to work out on their own, given advice only, I think, often by, AI bots or something online about, go and read the handbook about how to do this. And the handbook, you're meant to read the handbook of the year you enrolled, the student handbook, but that handbook is no longer relevant because the subjects just aren't on offer. So if you're trying to do complete your Spanish major, and we no longer have any even Spanish staff in the university, in the program, to be able to advise students on where they might be able to complete their major at another university through cross-institutional study, we don't even have anyone to advise them about how to do that, because those staff are all gone and we don't have the expertise anywhere else.
Thank you. So Dr. Engel, further to your saying, so in terms of student courses for 2026, they remain unknown?
Well, for UOW, this is 2025.
Yeah.
We had this, much of it start in 2025.
Yeah.
We're already in the middle of it. Yeah. And that will continue into 2026.
Thank you. Thank you.
We started early.
Thank you, Ms. Merton. Thank you. Before we go to Ms. Boyd, could I ask, because I understand that maths and statistics, we were talking about arts being sort of targeted across the board, but I understand that maths and statistics plus mining subjects were also targeted. Is there a list? On notice, is there a list? I mean, we've got university people later, we can ask them as well, but I might just, you don't need to answer now, but I want to give Ms. Boyd her question.
I think it would be good to ask the university for that, but okay. I know for example, in the maths program, they've had former staff who've been made redundant teaching voluntarily there to keep the program functioning.
Wow. Okay. Thank you. Sorry, Ms. Boyd.
And if I could just add, in relation to the cuts to engineering, some of the implications of those cuts were not discussed with staff, who pieced together the fact that if the changes as they were planned went through, it meant that some of the students graduating with that qualification would actually fail accreditation.
Right.
So there's a complete mismatch there in terms of making decisions purely on a finance basis, and then making decisions that are actually about the legitimacy of the course itself. To go to your point, Anthony, about the planning it takes to actually get courses that are properly accredited, are actually representing the solid foundations of knowledge. They simply don't exist. And to go to the point again about languages, small subjects, of course, small classes, many of them, but now the entire Illawarra region is unable to study Mandarin, is unable to study Japanese in the classroom. That is a deprivation that is felt strongly in a regional community. Metropolitan campuses have languages to study, but why can't Wollongong sustain those small programs for a small number of students whose expertise may well be crucial in the future? And this is the thing about language study, it's the thing about all sorts of areas and disciplines. We don't know that they're completely crucial until suddenly they are. So there really is a disconnect between what people think institutions of knowledge are supposed to be doing and the financial arguments for supporting them.
So on the back of that sort of ties nicely into the questions I wanted to ask about consultants, because I think there is this this real disconnect, to put it, between what I think society thinks universities are for and the role that they play in the broader, I guess, makeup of our society, and even down to things like, you know, government decisions over what sort of industries we should be encouraging a workforce in and those sorts of things, with this idea of pure accounting and financial interests of a university viewed in that sort of really narrow way. One of the reasons, whenever we're talking about consultants on boards, whether it's university or local health board or wherever, is we get told that it's necessary to have consultants because they bring this expertise. What can we do, I guess, to... There's kind of that cultural issue and that idea of, you know, needing to have that financial expertise in that way anyway, but in terms of being able to support and upskill board members who don't have a financial expertise to be able to, I guess, more effectively balance against those interests on boards. What could we be doing?
I think the public mission of a university is to educate and to research. And I think if that was understood as the primary public mission of those on boards, then you would see the financial decision-making be perhaps calibrated a bit and balanced a bit against those longer-term strategic discussions about the contribution that knowledge makes to the broader political and socioeconomic climate. There doesn't seem that in the current setup, there is very few opportunities for academics to explain to the decision makers exactly what their jobs entail, what the knowledge that they are producing goes on to influence. There is quite a deliberate bifurcation of universities in terms of creating the space for those conversations to happen. There's very little debate in terms of governance structures. For instance, academic senate has been shrunk by the executive quite deliberately to make it almost impossible for discussions and debate to be had about curriculum and to kind of restate those realities about how education functions. So I think currently, given the corporatisation of universities at the governance level, it is almost impossible for an academic to speak in their own terms and in the name of the public mission of education and be heard in those environments.
Is there anything preventing University Council from bringing in, for example, the auditor to give them a briefing, or to... Is there?
Could I add that we could do that internally? We have, accounting programs with expert staff. Professor Corinne Cortese, who made an amazing submission to the inquiry, would be perfectly capable of running internal training programs for our staff. So there are options, and one of the interesting issues, as somebody who's had a pre-academic career, being in a university, is how little the university invests in its own, in training for its own staff and council members, etc. But there is internal expertise that the university could draw on to do a number of the roles that it's brought consultants in for, whether that's for training of board members or for input into, restructuring. We have a whole business and economics faculty that have great expertise in those areas, but that actually understand how universities work in some detail.
The example of Cordamenta is a particularly egregious one when it comes to the use of consultants to then justify cost cutting. Has the minister been involved at all? Has there been any ministerial directions or involvements with the University of Wollongong to try and turn things around?
Not that we know of.
Not that we know of.
Do you think there's a role for the minister to sort of take a more active involvement? in governance?
In our last submission, we noted the problems with the ministers just signing off on council appointments without really considering whether these had been, done to fill the best purposes of the university. So that would be one area that they actually take that responsibility to consider the composition of council more seriously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Diadam, do you have any further questions?
Just on that question around the council composition, so I asked earlier about this issue around whether there were requirements for councillors to actually be drawn from the Illawarra area, so they have some more substantive local connection. Is that something that you're aware of, or that you think should be built into the governance structure?
I absolutely think there should be. I've always been surprised that our last chancellors and deputy chancellors have mostly had very little connection to the Illawarra region. They're often fly in, fly out, which just adds to expenses. And there are issues with the expenses of, that have been associated with supporting the chancellor's office that I think might come up later in the day. We feel, I've certainly felt that lack of connection has been a part of some of the poor decision making and not understanding how much those decisions would impact the region.
We notice that when a chancellor is from a particular finance background, suddenly all the next appointees are from the same kind of finance background. So insurance begets insurance. Banking begets more bankers. So if that's the case, then they're even less likely to have those local connections in the first place. But I do note that my understanding is that the council handbook, and I think that's what Adam was alluding to before, does encourage, as part of the council members' induction, that they familiarise themselves with the community and the community's interests.
Thank you. Thank you. I've just got one last question before we let you go, and it goes to the sort of University of Wollongong global activities and the opening of campuses. And I just wondered, I'm not sure if this is for you, Associate Professor Engel, do you know anything about sort of the risk assessments, particularly in the sort of human rights area, around the opening of a variety of campuses, Saudi Arabia the latest, but Hong Kong and India as well? Do we know anything about?
I've seen one document that was presented as part of the approval for the Saudi Arabia, where they talk about the improvements in human rights situation in Saudi Arabia. So there was things like in 2018, I think 2018 or 2019, how women were then in that year able to drive vehicles by themselves. I mean, there was no mention, and that was the same year that Jamal Khashoggi was chopped up in the embassy by the Saudi government. So it was a very oddly selective list of human rights improvements, and no mention of the fact that the number of executions in Saudi Arabia has actually been increasing. Most of the overseas campuses now are in countries where human rights issues are growing. Hong Kong is presenting increasing challenges for academic freedom that perhaps weren't as severe when the campus was first opened, but I don't think I've seen anything about how they're trying to manage those risks. And the assessments, for example, of the human rights situation seem to be very problematic.
Thank you.
I don't know if you know anything, Fiona.
No. Thank you both very much. We appreciate you being here. And I think I don't know if we did ask you for anything on notice, but there might well be supplementary questions as well. And the Secretariat will be in touch, and they'll be due sort of after Australia Day. So we've got a bit of time to get that to us. So I appreciate it again. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming. We'll just get settled and give you some water. What we'll do is we'll ask you to state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation. And we might start with you, Miss Fagan.
So my name is Caitlin Weigel. I'm the 2025 General Secretary of the Wollongong Undergraduate Student Association and the incoming president for next year. Do I say that?
Yes, please.
I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Chipperfield.
I'm Alexia Chipperfield, and I'm the 2025 and 2026 Women's Representative on the Wollongong Undergraduate Students Association. And I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Mr. Pador, would you forgive me? We have a different spelling of your name on our...
Yes, Pador is the correct word.
Pador, okay.
With R.
If I could get you to...
Yes, so my name is Hansel Pador. I was the 2025 Wollongong Undergraduate Student Association President and the incoming 2026 General Secretary. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And do any of you have a short opening statement?
Yes. So good morning. Thank you for giving Regional University of Wollongong students the opportunity to speak and share their unique experiences, especially in regards to university governance. Again, my name is Hansel Bador. I've studied for upwards of 4 years at UW and have served as student representative as part of the Wollongong Undergraduate Student Association, or WUSA, for 3 years. First as its treasurer in 2024, then as its president in 2025, and now as its general secretary going into 2026. I appear today alongside my colleagues Caitlin Weigel, the 2025 General Secretary and incoming President for 2026, and Alexia Chipperfield, the 2025 and 2026 Women's Representative. In our respective roles, representing over 18,000 undergraduate students throughout 2025, and additionally for myself in particular throughout 2024, we've worked to a great extent alongside students, governance and governance structures at UW. We've keenly represented and defended the interests and needs of undergraduate students, as well as continuously worked to address women's, queer, Indigenous, and students with disability-related issues. Throughout this work, it has come to WUSA's attention that through student feedback and first-hand experiences of its representatives, the consistent and long-standing gaps in the university's accountability, transparency, and meaningful student voice structures and frameworks that have led to serious patterns of university governance misconduct and irresponsibility. In our collective experiences as students at UW, we have witnessed these gaps and patterns fueled by successive governance inaction in our regional areas, in the university sector, a long-term erosion of meaningful student voice and consultation, and UW's slow but sure drift away from being a public institution of research and learning to a more profit-driven entity. As partially outlined in documents circulated to this committee, we as students at UW have experienced several instances of governance misconduct and UW's failures to appropriately consult with students, handle complaints, resulting in many students having concerns on whether UW is fully following legislative requirements in regards to staff and course cuts at UW, staff legislation, and the incoming National Higher Education Code to prevent and respond to gender-based violence. We have witnessed several cases of what we have categorised as obstructionist, deceitful, and intimidatory tactics deployed by university governance to sidestep or otherwise blunt student concerns or opposition to the operations and decisions at UW. This has resulted time and time again in the weakening of student trust, health, and well-being, as students are repeatedly impacted by a university without proper oversight or accountability and with seemingly little regard for student voice. As representatives of undergraduate students at UW, we're at this hearing intend to advocate for general consultation, transparency, and respect from our universities, in addition to meaningful and fundamental change and full accountability of university governance at UW and the sector as a whole. We thank you once again for the opportunity to appear before this committee on behalf of WUS and the students at UW. I welcome your questions.
Thank you. And that's just one statement for all of you? Okay. Thanks. I might just start with what you've just said there, Mr. Pador. You've characterised interactions with the university, I presume management, but you can clarify, as being obstructionist, deceptive and intimidatory, using those types of tactics. Are you able or willing to explain a bit more what you mean and in what circumstances or around what issues?
Most recently, specifically as part of our representative roles in consulting with university governance, advocating for students and on their behalf, We've interacted multiple times with the university governance and university management, as you mentioned. And again, as we've said before, that we've categorised that behaviour as obstructionist, deceitful, and intimidatory, mostly because in cases where we've tried to raise concerns, specifically around cuts, most recently around the proposed disestablishment of the safe and respectful communities, where we've been intimidated into... Sorry. Would you like to speak? That's what you're
Yeah, I think another really key example of these tactics is the recent update to the Higher Education Act with the 40% staff going to student-led organisations. So as the student union on campus, we have not received staff for many, many years. And our entire funding comes from University Council, and that's $38,000 a year. And so when this new legislation was announced, it was a lifeline for us essentially, and we're very excited. We're like, finally we can get proper funding. But one of those key issues that we had was our constitution hadn't been updated in 10 years. So we did all of the work to get it up to standard. We consulted with other major student unions in the state, the Department of Education, to ensure that all of those mandatory reporting, financial frameworks, all of those things were in line. The university knew we were undergoing these changes, and we had these initial conversations around February this year. We basically finished all of our side in June. We are still yet to have those changes approved by University Council. At any given point, there's another thing we need to do, there's another document we need to fill out, or we didn't undertake this procedure properly. Yet at any given point, when asking over and over and over again, how do we get this done? We were given one set of information, and then we would complete the work and then submit it, and then it was, oh, that's incorrect, you need to do this instead. We've now been told that these changes will hopefully be approved by February next year. But again, that's 12 months after the initial conversation, and there's no guarantee that they will go through anyway. I guess another example of this deceitfulness is with this staff legislation, part of it is that universities get a grace period of 3 years if they submit the transition plan. And we were ensured that WUSA and our counterpart WUPA, who's the postgraduate student union, we would be included in that transition plan, ensure that our voice was heard when debating SAF, and we would get a seat at the table. After weeks and months of asking for the transition plan document from the university, we decided to go straight to the Department of Education and request the document. And when we got that document, it turns out that neither WUSA nor WUPA was included at all. And so essentially, they've gone around the only democratically led and elected student body on campus, and created a new subcommittee that is made up of students to manage staff, because they don't want to give us control of that money. So this is it's been a constant battle.
Can I just ask a few clarifying, because
Absolutely.
it's a federal fund, so
Yes,
it's not something
absolutely.
that we all deal with or are as familiar with. So this is a funding that came through beginning of last year. You've spent a year trying to get your admin sort of systems and processes and update your constitution. There's a transition plan that the university has. You can ask for in order to have time for implementation. In the meantime, is there money given to the university? Is that somewhere, or are there no transfers, or do you not know this? Are there no transfers of money until that transition period is over?
No, so SAF, so student amenities fee, is what every student pays. So I guess this legislation was ensuring that 40% of that money that was collected by the university from students went to student-led organisations. And so the transition plan is essentially a delay in ensuring that 40% goes to 40%.
And has the university been charging that fee?
Yes.
So the university, I guess that's
Yes.
the point I'm getting. So the
Sorry,
university
yes.
has collected the money.
Yes.
And it hasn't dispersed the money to student organisations because it's going for this grace period, transition period of 3 years through which you have not been involved in the consultation. So there's a pool of money that the university is keeping, presumably in consolidated funds, to be distributed once the plan's done.
Yeah.
Yes. If I could jump in, we highlighted it within document 2, UW Student Services and Amenities Fee 2025 transition plan that we circulated to the committee. To answer your question directly, the university does collect that money and it does disperse it. As outlined in this transition plan, they give this money and the money is designated, this SAF money is designated by the Student Advisory Council, SAF subcommittee. And so as part of the transition plan, in spite of the legislation intending to bolster wholly democratic and student-led bodies like WUSA and WUPA, it is to our understanding that the Student Advisory Council is less transparent and less democratically elected and independent, as it is very heavy-handed in terms of how governance sits on that board, sits alongside that council and determines how it runs. It stifles and prevents most discussions on that council, not in the same way that WUSA and WUPA would have independent, very democratically led discussions.
So can I just clarify, the Student Advisory Council is appointed by the University Council, is it?
It's partially
By the Vice-Chancellor,
appointed.
or who appoints it?
We don't know.
Okay.
It's been something that we've tried to figure out. Essentially, there's a nomination period that's kept very under wraps, and there is supposedly an election, but that hasn't been made clear at all. And then, next year we find out there's all these new people have been appointed to SAC.
They're all students?
Yes. Yeah.
So do we know then, so you're aware of where the money has been dispersed and the percentage of it that's been dispersed? So the reconciliation of the fees to the spending is publicly available, you know that?
Mostly publicly available, yes.
Right, okay. Thank you.
So is your organisations, are they, so they're obviously their governance structures, their constitutions are subject to ratification by the University Council. So you're effectively a creature of the university structure, not wholly independent.
Yes.
And so the council has now created this separate body, and its governance arrangements aren't on the public record, or it's just not clear how those arrangements came into being.
So essentially because we don't have independence like other student unions like in the state or in the country. So we are essentially like a subsidiary of the university. SAC, in the last year they've become a lot more transparent, and I believe personally it's because of this new legislation. But in previous years it was just appointing people, and it was kept very under wraps and almost tapped on the shoulder type, if that makes sense.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, that makes sense. I know tap on the shoulder quite well, actually. So can I ask about, are you all of you from the Illawarra region originally, or no?
No.
Yeah?
I moved down there.
Right, okay. So I wanted to ask about this question around subject choice and diminishing subject choice and people starting degrees and then on the basis that there was a certain subject offering, and then as the degree progresses, those offerings change.
Yeah.
Can you perhaps talk to the impact that has for students?
I guess, do you want me to start?
I think the best way we can describe it, and we've mentioned this multiple times in multiple different mediums, is that it's easier to possibly count how many students haven't been affected, more so than students who have been affected. Because overwhelmingly, we believe that the majority of students have been affected in some way, shape or form. And I think it builds to that kind of deceitful misconduct of the university where, as mentioned by previous speakers at this committee, that the UW handbook showcases, for example, a certain subject. And once a student enrolls in that subject, it's their understanding that they'll be going through that subject, they'll be part of their degree. Then it is mysteriously cut, or it is, like mysteriously cut, it disappears, or something like that. And yes.
It's kind of false advertising, isn't it, really?
Yes.
You know, like you get lured into a degree with certain offerings, and then they actually don't deliver those. And obviously you've committed, you know, like you may have moved to the region, or you've certainly invested a lot of time in a pathway that actually turns out not to be available. Can I ask about consultation around the decisions to change the subject offering? Like, are your organisations structurally involved in any consultation process on those questions?
No.
No. The only time we've been consulted was with the Save SARC campaign that we ran recently.
Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, absolutely. Do you want to, Lexi, do you want to? Yes.
I'm happy to do that. So earlier this year, we launched the Save SARC campaign. SARC stands for the Safe and Respectful Communities team. They are the team that manages primarily reports of sexual harassment and sexual assault on campus, but also any kind of just general disrespectful interaction between students, staff, and outside community members. We received word that as a further facet of this transformation plan that UOW is undergoing, that they were planning to do some changes to this. What those changes were specifically were very difficult to find clear information on. Staff were being told one thing, students were being told a completely different thing. And only students such as us who are on representative teams and things like that, who have the opportunity to talk closer with both staff, students and management, were able to kind of glean any kind of deeper, clearer information. So in this process, we found out that a disestablishment of the SARC team was being proposed, in which it would be absorbed into a more internal complaints division. We had major problems with that, as that means that the quality of support that could be provided is greatly diminished. So we launched a activism campaign with rallies and talking to media, things like that, contacting external ministers, numerous things like that. Only through doing that did we see a number of student consultation sessions being opened up, in which you were able to go into a room that had some management staff that were managing this transformation, and have a discussion with them as students. And that was the only kind of formal consultation that I've experienced in any part of the numerous transformation projects.
Sorry, please carry on.
If I could jump in, we circulated again with document 3, victim survivor email, to understand the misconduct behind university governance. One student, or one victim survivor, as part of the Save SAR campaign, well, independently, during this Save SAR campaign, appealed to the Vice Chancellor personally to not disestablish UW safe and respectful communities. They gave a very personal and very, very personal and very vulnerable kind of response and appeal to the Vice Chancellor. And their response, as well as I believe the interim Vice Chancellor of the university, the interim Deputy Vice Chancellor of the university, their first response was to arrange a one-on-one meeting with this student, rather than understanding their concerns, to arrange some kind of other sort of arrangement. I believe even in the initial email responding to the student, the Vice-Chancellor spent more time refuting their claim that SARC wasn't being disestablished than actually supporting or caring for the student or showing any kind of respect to the statement that they made.
Sorry, and I may have missed this. Thank you for that answer. When you said, Ms. Chipperfield, that the proposed disestablishment of SARC, were you clear on who was proposing it? Because we've just heard that it was being refuted that it was being disestablished. So were you clear on where that was coming from?
Yes, so that was actually a proposal from management. So this is where the kind of very stark difference between information that staff and students were receiving. So we received information from staff that an email was received and sent out to particular staff members clearly saying that the SARC team was being disestablished, that staff were being removed, roles were being changed, things like that. But then when students inquire for information, such as in those information consultation sessions, it was very clearly repeated, SARC is not being disestablished, nothing is being changed, all we're doing is trying to streamline this process. And then I was in one of those consultation meetings. I took that information back to a staff member that I received that information from, and I was told that that was blatant lies, and that was quite exactly the opposite of the information that they had received. Right. So this is part of like the obstructive kind of nature that we've experienced with management, is that it is incredibly difficult, near impossible, to get any kind of clear, reliable information out of them.
Mm-hmm. I've got a few more.
Sorry, to jump in once again.
Of course.
We're more than happy to share this with the committee. But during the Save SARC campaign, before the second change proposal came out, UW governance released a myth-busting video where they directly stated that there was plenty of misinformation going around, being shared around on campus, on local media, etc., that SARC was being disestablished, and they said in the video that this was a lie, this was not true, that this was just a mischaracterization of them streamlining and reprioritizing the way SARC works. But I think I also wanted to add a particular aspect of why we wanted to start this campaign and why we took it so seriously was because there is a clear pattern in the university sector as a whole, especially at UW, as we saw last year with our previous round of cuts, where the university will say one thing, it will say we're just streamlining things, we're just making it more accessible to students. In the case of the cuts last year, it was making it so the UW handbook is easier to navigate. And then so when it came to our attention that this year that similar kind of sentiment was being shared around, that they were going to streamline SARC, that they were going to reprioritize and rechange how SARC operates and how it's structured, and looking at the ways it could be reformed into the complaint structure, other less independent complaint structures of the university, we took that very seriously.
Before I hand over to my colleagues, I just wanted to clarify, when you say that you were told last year with the changes or with cuts that it was simply a means of streamlining the handbook, what was it, in your view, what was it actually? So you were told it was streamlining the handbook. What, in your view, did it actually turn out to be?
Yeah, so I guess with the whole cuts and the transformation, they like to call it, a big thing was making, our degrees more streamlined and easier for students to navigate. But ultimately, it was just a way to cut staff and cut subjects and cut the smaller humanities subjects or entire faculties and disciplines that weren't generating enough money, essentially. And
okay, so it wasn't streamlining the handbook. It was completely changing the subjects, which then would necessitate changing the handbook because there's a whole lot of stuff with it.
I think, for example, when I started my degree in 2022, my marketing degree, I had 9 electives to choose from in a range of different. I now have 4. That's an example of how our degrees are being completely gutted. and I now can't complete my degree to what I originally enrolled in. Yeah.
Thank you. Ms. Merton, do you have questions?
Yeah, thank you very much, and to the three of you for joining us here, and just picking up just on the issue of subjects. I just note in your submission you talk about cutting core subjects. Further to your reference to marketing, what else do we know in terms of what other subjects are being cut? And can I just preface this by some other universities have said that a lot of these subject offerings are on hold for 2026, education being one of them. So I'm just keen what more you guys may know relevant to your university.
Yeah, I think from my personal experience, basically the entire degrees are being restructured. It's a similar model to this 8-8-8 model, where it's like 8 core subjects and then 8 electives. It's very complicated. I know a lot of marketing and business has been gutted. Mining, engineering, math.
I can specifically speak to this as well from my experience in my subjects. Archaeology has been gutted. Geography has had a lot of its more niche subjects removed. Indigenous studies is suffering as well. There are numerous things like that.
I think to also add to it, I study international studies and a BA in history, and part of the degree for international studies is learning a language. And as part of that, to preface it, we believe that, for lack of a better word, it's not the traditional cuts that you see at a university where it's particularly the arts or humanities. It seems like it is just a random swathing of entire courses, entire subjects, seemingly at random. And so, again, as part of that, the international studies degree, it is a core subject to learn a language. Currently, I don't believe that there is a language school available now. I've talked to many students within my faculty that I've worked with previously in language subjects, and they've had to go to different universities. They've had to study online through other external bodies with little to no support from the university.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Burt. Ms. Boyd.
Thank you so much for coming in and giving us the benefit of your insights. I'm trying to think of a better way to say this without swearing, but
go right ahead.
It's in the dictionary now. It's this institutification of universities that we have now in Australia. It costs more. You've got no ownership over your own educational institution anymore. It's just, and the services are cut and everything's just worse. Do you think, coming back to Mr. DeAdam's point about, you get admitted to these universities, it's a really big decision as to which university you go to, and you go there on the basis of the offering. You go to the open day, you see what services are available for students, you see what the different programs on offer are. Do you think there should be some guarantee for a period of time that things stay that way? So if you you've chosen a university for international studies, that those offerings that are available at that time should be available for at least the duration of that course?
Absolutely. I think the expectation is when you accept an offer from a university with, a set of course the subjects that you're meant to complete to do, graduate, there is an expectation there that throughout your entire degree that you will be able to complete those subjects. And I think every student expects that when they accept an offer. And the fact that this is no longer an option for almost every student at Wollongong is concerning. It's a serious issue.
Yeah. Maybe that's something, I don't know if that's federal or state, but the idea of, basically it's a core sort of consumer principle. I mean,
Yes.
you've upended your lives and moved locations and all sorts of things to do something that was sold to you as one thing, and then, just coming back to the Sexual Assault Support Service, or SARC. So in the end of that campaign, I understand that, certain things were won, so that you're keeping the name and you've got the front, the sort of, front door policy, whatever that one was. But there were still some cuts.
Yes.
What was the end result in terms of what was taken away?
From my understanding, I believe that currently it is the loss of 2 staff. It is important to remember, though, that in this SARC transformation project, there are 3 stages of proposals. So the first proposal was when the Save SARC campaign was launched. We've just had the second proposal, and there is a third proposal coming out, I believe, in February. But the university can still change what they're saying between now and then. And that is our worry, that they will see, they'll do what they normally do, say one thing, do another, do things quietly. We're worried that they will still do that in the third round. It is still quite worrying. We have made some wins, obviously, but with the cut of 2 staff, SARC will still not be able to function in the way that they were previously, which did, for the most part, almost perfectly line up with what the higher code requires. So it was incredibly confusing that they even proposed any kind of change, and I did bring that up in my consultation session, that from my understanding they were already meeting those requirements. And I got an incredibly vague answer, and something to do with efficiency is the bottom line for them.
So using that as an example then, when you were given all this misinformation, there was conflicting stories, what level of information was available to you from sort of public minutes or, sort of council deliberations or anything? Was there anything that you could go to and point at?
I don't think that there was anything.
No, the only public information that students received was a mass email saying that there were going to be potential changes to SARC. And then the next thing was after we launched the campaign and it started getting a lot of attention, was then the Mythbusters video essentially saying that we were lying and that we had no idea what we were talking about and we were making it all up.
So were there deliberations at a council level then of, this is on the agenda, this is what students are saying, this is what our response should be? Was that minuted? Was that discussed? Did you get visibility?
I believe from reports of what we understand from University Council, the Save SARC campaign was mentioned at some point at University Council, and as part of that, again, the university and its government seemed to double down on the idea that this was just misinformation. There was no such thing as a disestablishment to SARC, that nothing was going to happen to SARC, and that students such as us at WUSA were spreading misinformation and that we were wrong. There was no kind of public accountability where they said, we made a mistake. It seems like student feedback really wants SARC to stick around. It was never the case. That was never the case. We were never going to disestablish SARC. I think that speaks to, as we've highlighted in all kind of 3 documents of evidence that we've provided, that it's part of a kind of manufacturing kind of consent, or to blunt and kind of misdirect student opposition and concern, where they'll say at University Council, they say it to us, they'll say it to individual students that reach out to VCs, that this isn't going to happen, this is wrong, this is misinformation, this is a mischaracterization, etc., to kind of, it is necessarily like, it is effectively gaslighting the students into thinking that nothing is going to happen and questioning if it is worth raising their concerns, if it's worth opposing any decisions made by the university.
So it sounds very opaque then, in terms of getting that information and being able to actually point to where decisions were made and how. Did you ever ask for any of those sort of decision-making documents or any and what did they say in response?
Yes, we did. Like we did for, the transformation plan earlier, the transition plan for the staff. We always ask for this. We never receive it. But yes, we did ask for, information about SARC, and it was stonewall. We can't provide anything. There's nothing to give.
Could I ask a follow-up? Could I ask a follow-up then about the university, I guess, approach to the student organisations? So you seem to be ignoring you in one sense. Has there ever been any more kind of active, and you said that there was a YouTube video put out sort of trying to say you were wrong and etc., which I understand is still up and available, is that right? Okay. But have they ever actively tried to undermine the work of, your organisation, say, any involvement in any opinion on elections that are run, anything like that?
I think there may have been some other cases in the past, but I believe one of the most recent cases was with our most recent WUSA elections, student elections in general, where a certain candidate, most likely a student, that their policies that they were running on for to kind of go down in the nitty-gritty of it was not to hold the university accountable in that sense, or to maintain the kind of work that we were doing around SARC, around the cuts, around working towards part of that 40% SAF. They were particularly advertising a certain candidate as part of general comms communications to all students to participate in the student election.
The university was?
Yes.
I can clarify specifically in kind of an easier way to understand. They were using this image of a student, almost like a stock image for it, but they did also happen to be a candidate in the current elections, for those current student elections.
Sorry.
Free advertising.
Yeah.
Yes.
So they're sending a photo out of a candidate, potentially maybe making it look like it was a stock image, but it's actually the person.
Yes.
And supporting them, being clear that that's who they were suggesting.
Yes, it was, the specific advertisement, I believe, was an Instagram post which had text which said something to the effect of student elections are now open, and then with this stock image next to it. And this stock image happened to be a candidate.
Is this person on Student Advisory Council?
They were.
Yes, they were. And then they were running in our elections.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that. I'm just, sorry, you've given really valuable information with a lot, so I'm just trying to see if there's anything in particular we want to ask. It may be...
you're on a privilege. Can you actually identify who the student is, what their name is?
We can look it up.
We can
look it up.
Yeah.
Okay.
We can provide the image.
On notice.
Yes.
On notice, perhaps.
I'd just like to be able to...
Perhaps on notice,
Yes.
if you could provide the image of the post.
Yes.
That was a public thing, that would be helpful.
It was only taken down once, I believe Caitlin specifically messaged our returning officer stating that this was a candidate and this was a kind of conflict of interest on the university's part.
Ms. Vega, would you be prepared to on notice, provide your communication on that?
Yeah.
And any response?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. That would be great. I'll just do a quick check around the table of my colleagues to see if there are any further questions. No?
Well, if we've got a little bit of time, I will ask about... in terms of coming back to this question around course offerings and the decisions around which courses are offered, do you have any proposals around how that consultation should actually occur? Like, should and I asked this to the NTU representatives before, should there be some kind of intermediate structure that actually makes those decisions away from the University Council, so with some blended sort of representation of the academic and student community, so that there's a sort of more consultative structure to enable those. And those decisions have to be made at some stage. Sometimes you have to reduce course offerings. Is there a model that you think we should be recommending?
I do. I believe, especially in understanding the role that the state government has, in particular with New South Wales universities, and the fact that UW's is legislated by the New South Wales state government. We believe, and we mentioned this as part of our co-submission with State Our Rights, where we would like to see a state student ombudsman, specifically as well as in part to take the load off the National Student Ombudsman. I believe in presentations that WUSA has attended in the past, the National Student Ombudsman is very overwhelmed with a lot of responses and complaints from across Australia. I believe they told us an anecdote that they received their first complaint within 15 minutes of the service opening up. So we believe to kind of best understand the unique situations of the New South Wales and better interact with the state government that does actually have an effect on the way like UOW and other universities within New South Wales are governed and operated. We believe that a state student ombudsman to accompany the National Student Ombudsman would be a recommended model.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all very much for appearing today and the work you do representing the students at UOW. I think we have asked you a few questions to provide on notice, and we may also send through some supplementary questions as well. The Secretariat will be in touch with that. The timetable is towards the end of January for return of those. Thank you again very much for appearing today.
Thank you.
It's now going to break, and if I could ask the room to be cleared, because I'd like a quick deliberative with the committee. So if we could clear the room, please. And we're not resuming until 12:45. you're here, we might kick off. Thank you, Ms. Simmons, for coming along. We'll begin with you stating your name, your title, and swearing either an oath or an affirmation.
My name is Lisa Simmons. I was the former Executive Manager of Faculty Research Operations at the University of Wollongong and former Chair of the UOW-WHS Committee and Community and Public Sector Union Delegate until the 2nd of December. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And do you have a short statement to begin with?
I do. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My decision to participate in this inquiry has not been made lightly. For more than 24 years, the University of Wollongong has shaped my personal and professional life, my values, and my belief in the mission of public higher education. My written submission reflects a deep respect for the institution that changed the trajectory of my life and a profound commitment to the sector that I love. I'm the daughter of an auto electrician and the granddaughter of a merchant seaman and a World War II vet, and UOW was set up for people like me. Over recent days, we have heard powerful accounts of courage and solidarity from the people of New South Wales. In moments of tragedy, Australians show who we are, honest, resilient and unwilling to look away when something is wrong. That same public whose hard-earned taxes fund our universities deserves the full truth about how our institutions are governed. What concerns me deeply is that over time, an accountability deficit has emerged that shields decision-making from proper public scrutiny. For professional staff, like me, appearing before an inquiry like this is seen as the nuclear option. It carries very real personal and professional risk. I appear today knowing that my future in the sector I love may be uncertain. But my career has been dedicated to supporting students, researchers, colleagues and communities, and that purpose has not changed. If anything, it is strengthened by the courage of my many, many colleagues who trusted me with their experiences. The Public Service Code of Ethics requires integrity, transparency, accountability and courage in the use of public resources, and those principles are embedded in legislation for public servants. Yet unlike, for example, Queensland, New South Wales does not impose equivalent statutory ethical obligations on university councils or vice-chancellors. Over more than 2 decades in the sector, I've seen how that gap leaves institutions vulnerable to governance fails. As chair of the UOW-WHS Committee and CPSU delegate, I became aware of growing governance concerns during 2024. Respectful questions from my union went unanswered, and senior leaders who raised concerns were no longer there. In early 2025, colleagues began sharing their experiences with me of pressure, intimidation, and ethical compromise. The volume of information that their trust compelled me to act. On the 6th of March 2025, I made a voluntary disclosure of suspicion of corrupt conduct and/or suspected wrongdoing to ICAC under the Public Interest Disclosures Act. That disclosure was accepted and I was afforded whistleblower protections. What followed were adverse experiences that no system should allow, particularly where safety, integrity are meant to be protected. However, my experience is not isolated. Many have been even more impacted than I am. I want to be clear that this didn't happen overnight. The conditions enabling these failures developed over many years when accountability structures are purposefully weakened, risk and assurance functions stop being able to protect the public interest, and silence becomes the suffocating norm. UOW as an example underscores how urgent this issue has become. Without immediate and significant intervention, even our strongest, most principled leaders remain exposed. We are fortunate to have a Vice-Chancellor, Professor Max Liu, and a new substantive senior team who are committed to, and I have seen firsthand working with them, intending to rebuild UOW with integrity and aligned to our legislated object. But the same conditions that created the failures before you still exist, and our incredible new leadership are subject to the same conditions. Senior staff continue to be threatened, their personal risks heightened, and the message is clear. Unless people protect themselves, they may find themselves pushed out. This is not a safe or sustainable foundation for any public institution, especially an academic one. It's no longer led by an independent academic leader with a governance that is separate to management. I appear today not as an advocate, but as a citizen, a taxpayer, and someone who loves her university. It became my view that my silence in this forum would have made me complicit, and I could not accept that. Transparency and honesty are the minimum the public deserves from its institutions. My hope is that this inquiry addresses the systemic conditions that have allowed accountability to erode. I offer my evidence in support of genuine reform that restores integrity, safety and trust in our public universities. And given the events of the past week, the public is incredible and they deserve no less. And anything but the whole truth would be disrespectful to their ongoing sacrifices. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Ms. Simmons, and thank you for your comprehensive submission as well. We've been hearing quite a lot about the centralisation of power across universities, but in particular today at the University of Wollongong, and that seems to echo the themes of your submission. I wonder if you could talk a bit about that, but maybe use particular examples of recruitment that perhaps hasn't been handled as you would expect, or delegations that have previously been asked about in budget estimates. So I wonder if you could talk about that, but use those specific examples as you see fit.
Sure, thank you for the question. One of the ways in which universities are set up is that they are to have a governance oversight and management perspectives. In what has occurred at UAW in December 2023, and I have forwarded a timeline to the committee this morning. I'm not sure if you've got it, but I've got copies here if you don't have it.
Okay, it would be good to have that.
I can provide that if you want that.
Yes, thank you. And could we, I don't know if Ms Mitchell's there, but if we could get one.
Sorry, we're moving house and my husband is sick, and this is how we've ended up with.
No, that's great, thank you.
In December 2023, at the council meeting, delegations changed to amend that the establishment or disestablishment of senior executive positions, except for the Vice-Chancellor, are now under the purview of the Performance and Remuneration Committee, and it was no longer the Vice-Chancellor.
So could you say that again, the delegation of what?
The delegations of authority policy changed in December 2023 at that council meeting on the 13th of December. Must have been, it was just after actually.
Delegations of authority for what?
For employment delegations.
Employment delegations.
Yep, sorry.
Yep.
And to establish or disestablish senior executive positions, so those positions that work with the Vice-Chancellor to manage the organisations, those changed from the Vice-Chancellor being able to establish, disestablish and appoint, from no longer being the Vice-Chancellor to now being the Performance and Remuneration Committee.
And who's the chair of the Performance and Remuneration Committee?
At the time, I believe, I don't know at the time, but it has been Michael Still since his appointment as Chancellor.
The Chancellor.
Yep. And that is in the terms of reference that the Chancellor is the chair. That committee also has, so at that time, to appoint or reappoint persons to those senior executive positions, the Vice-Chancellor could make that call. However, not whether or not to establish or disestablish those positions. As we move through the year, we then have a meeting on the 22nd of March of the council meeting where further delegations are amended, where there is an amendment to the employment delegations of the University of Wollongong to appoint, terminate or reappoint to existing positions, to vary contracts including remuneration, changes from limited term to continuing, changes to the level, anything in relation to senior executive positions, except for the Vice-Chancellor, that is now moved from the Vice-Chancellor to the Performance and Remuneration Committee. This takes out a significant amount of power out of the Chancellor, out of the Vice-Chancellor's hands to manage the university as the Act describes, and it puts it into the hands of the Chancellor. 2 weeks later from that, I think it's 2 weeks, 3 weeks later, Professor Patricia Davidson announces her resignation. What I understand, and you can see from the table document that as we go through that, you can see that the destabilisation of the management arm at the university becomes even more destabilised at that point, where the Chancellor, as head of that committee, was able to make, and was the only person able to make those appointments with that committee. Now that committee has a set of terms of reference that look reasonable. However, there's a quorum of 3. So there's a small quorum for that committee with such power to establish or disestablish those roles. And that has then led to a number of issues. So one of the most poignant examples and why I think I find myself before you today is that in February this year, the university advertised a Vice President Strategy and Executive Affairs position, and it was open for 2 weeks for recruitment. For a position of that seniority, that is odd for it to be open for only 2 weeks. Normally, in a public service or in a university, usually for that level of position, that means that there is something, that they have someone in mind for that position. What occurred was significant unrest and concern across the university community. As chair of the WHS committee, many people raised this issue with me, asked me to find out what was going on, and the organisational justice issues that alone flow from this position being advertised at a time. There was significant destabilisation. We were waiting for change plans to come out, which came out a couple of weeks later, in relation to large transformative change where hundreds of positions at the University of Wollongong were impacted and disestablished, or slated for disestablishment. And my colleagues were very, very concerned. We raised it at the WHS committee. And then what we did is I put together a risk assessment where that was put into our safety system, and that led to ultimately the university making the decision to pull that position from the website and decide to roll that into the greater change. That position caused quite a lot of significant unrest, the advertisement of that, and almost unanimous concern across our community, where people then started sharing their stories with each other because they were so burdened by it. And that led to many people sharing their stories about how they'd been strong-armed into exercising delegations in ways that they didn't feel comfortable, that they were concerned about tender processes that were being run by the university. So that it led to people having permission to start to talk about their tiny pieces of a pie that actually caused them great concern, and whether or not they'd raised it. A number of people had disclosed to me that they had raised it through the whistleblowing service that the university offers for public interest disclosure.
Yes.
Sorry.
No, carry on. The documents you tendered, we were conferring on, and I just missed the forum in which people started to consider these issues. So if you could just restate that, my
Sure,
apologies.
no, that's fine.
And
No,
then
that's fine.
I'm going to ask you,
Sure.
and we need to, because we've got a very limited amount of time.
Yeah, sure.
So sorry, if you could just restate, you said that people started opening up, and I missed the crucial point.
No, that's fine. Because I'm the chair of the WHS committee.
Oh, okay. It was
Yeah,
WHS
and
committee.
also
Okay.
because
Thank you.
I work with lots of academics in my day job, or I
Yep.
did.
Thank you.
Yeah, so that's where there was lots of discussions.
Right, got you.
And so what that led to was people even handing me pieces of paper with text written on it so it couldn't get back to them, and people disclosing their stories about a large volume of concerns that they had that relate to the operations or the over-extension of the governance arm of the university and the Chancellor.
Could I maybe jump in there, because I know committee members will have questions, and also you have you've had provided to us 2 documents, and one of these documents I wanted you to explain a bit, and that seems to be correspondence to you from the Independent Commission Against Corruption.
Yeah.
And so I wondered if you could explain what this is and the purpose of providing that.
Sure. This is the document that was sent to me by ICAC on the 26th of May 2025, confirming that I'd provided them with a large volume of material. Clearly that's a theme, sorry. And they summarised allegations in relation to that had been made that I was had evidence for in relation to concerns relating to the management of conflicts of interest by the Chancellor, and in relation to a couple of other members of Council, and that the University Secretary may have failed to appropriately declare or manage conflicts of interest regarding recruitments and governance division. So there was also information in here about potential reprisals for Professor Sean Brawley, who was the Deputy Vice-Chancellor of Strategy and Assurance, who raised concerns about some of these issues and then was made redundant by the university. And a number of months later, the university advertised a VP of Strategy and Executive Affairs that had quite a similar portfolio.
Okay. If I could go to maybe some of the concerns that you raised in this document that you just mentioned about tender processes in particular, maybe you could go through the concerns there.
It was raised to me at the time that when we, at the start of 2024, there was representations made to the university, and there was through the Chancellor or through the Chancellor's people in relation to Built wanting to, they were concerned that Built is a company that is a development company, and they provided, they were concerned, they wanted to offer to the university a building for redevelopment for a Liverpool 2 building, and had been making, in early 2024, representation to the university to see if they could, the university could expand into their building. They had a call option that was to be ending at a time frame which meant that any pursuit of this by the university had to be done by the December, by middle of December. What occurred was that there was an insistence for a tender process to be run, and that information is contained in that timeline, where Knight Frank was formally engaged to take the review, and quoting out of the tender documents, Knight Frank advised it was important to commence searching for alternative sites and engaging with other developers, introducing leverage into conversations with Built prior to any public announcements that might be made on securing 50 Scott Street. And then the document talks through how there was ongoing engagement with Built throughout that timeline.
Can I just ask what, so far, can you sort of pinpoint the conflict of interest part? Because so far there's been maybe not disclosure of what was happening and maybe not transparency, but could you, for my benefit, with that particular example, identify what is suggested as a conflict of interest?
It was suggested, public record shows that the Randwick Health and Innovation Precinct also have engaged Built, and there was suggestions to me made by colleagues that there were long-held connections between the Chancellor and executives on the Built board, and a pushing of that relationship onto the university.
Because the Chancellor has a relationship with the health district in Randwick.
I think the implication was that the relationship went beyond the health district.
Right. Okay. Thank you. I mean, there's plenty of questions, but I am concerned about time, so I'm going to ask my colleagues. Ms. Merton, do you have Ms. Mitchell? Are you online? Have you got any questions for now?
I'm okay for now, thanks, Chair.
Ms. Merton?
I'm okay.
Okay. Ms. Boyd?
Yeah, no, I'm all right.
You're okay?
Thank you.
Mr. Diadam, have you?
I'm just... Look, I'm just unsure about this document that's just been tabled and whether I'm open to actually ask questions in relation to it.
I've just sought some advice from the Secretariat.
So I'd be careful about when individuals you can the Secretary will be
So, advice is that we need to be careful around detail with what is or isn't in the public domain, and that anything that is asked and anything that does come out, we would then give the right of reply for anybody involved in that. I think, given that there are aspects which I think go to your submission as well, and then that you enliven those with some examples, is probably the way to continue getting to the crux of the issues.
Yeah, I wanted to ask about this role of Secretary to the University of Wollongong Council. So what's the source of your specific knowledge around the functions of that role? How did it relate to the position that you held, and how did you have access to information about what the Secretary to the Council was doing?
So, the University Chancellor's Committee has information, public domain, about the University Secretary. However, I've worked at the university for a significant period of time where there are colleagues who have been the university secretary. We're working to get things through council, through public, through our committee structures, etc. You become aware of the university secretaries or the secretary to council's role.
So this person services all the committees of council, is that right? So they provide effectively the oversight and support for the committee.
Their team
Their
do.
team, right.
That should.
And do they attend the subcommittees?
In my understanding, there would be particular people within a governance unit that are assigned particular committees to support. And that is something that occurs normally, and that information is confirmable through lots of different universities, governance structures where they have the terms of reference that it's a particular position within the governance unit. I think to have the university secretary at every committee is it's really challenging because they're one person.
Yeah, so this role, the current occupant, how long have they been in the role?
Since October 2023.
Right, and who held the role before then?
There was an interim person, Mark Roberts, for a period of months, I think. And prior to that, it was Dr. Nancy Huggett who held the position for a significant period of time.
And did they leave, Ms Huggett, did they leave of their own volition, or were they
That's not my understanding.
They were forced out, were they?
That's my understanding.
Right. Okay.
I think, picking up from what Fiona said earlier this morning, resignation, and those stories of resignation or voluntary redundancies is a nice way of putting...
How can it be a redundancy? I mean, the position's still there.
Well, not her redundancy. I'm talking in general terms, that it's not always... There is sometimes no other option left for people to either... The position becomes untenable, they can't keep working in that situation, or there is no other role for them to go to.
Is there some tension between Ms Huggett and the Chancellor that you're aware of?
I wouldn't be aware of that.
Right, okay.
Could I ask a general question? In your submission, you detail the changes in the standing orders of the council.
Yeah.
And I wondered if you go through in quite a bit of detail, and we've only got a very short amount of time left, but I wondered if you could summarise the key aspects of that. As I said, I know that there's a table there where you've provided a comprehensive, but just to give a flavour of your concerns, I guess, about the changing to the standing orders.
Sure. When looking at, so I have a Bachelor of Arts, History and English from the University of Wollongong, as well as the Master of Education in Educational Leadership. And so when I was wanting to put this information together, I did a historical and textual analysis of the two documents that had been available publicly, 2016 standing orders and the 2025 standing orders. What we see in that is that even with a small amount of change to one or two paragraphs in the foreword by the different chancellors, the first chancellor in the 2016 one was Gillian Broadbent, and the 2025 one has Michael Steele's forward. Those forwards are quite different in the tone and the emphasis placed on the university's governance committees. The first committee talks about the first set talks about responsibility to the university community, to students, to responsibly looking at the way forward, and the second one focuses entirely around collective decision making in a way that is about moving the university through change and addressing implied issues in that respect. So those sorts of changes shift even within a large context that is the same. There is some here that are actually quite significant, and if you're a new council member, there is no emphasis on the object of the university, no mention of the purpose of what the university is supposed to be really doing, and no sort of real impact on the public interest as an overriding consideration in deliberations.
Okay. Can I just go back to Mr. Dowden's question about the role of the secretary? Has that changed over time?
Yes.
In your knowledge?
Yes.
It has.
For one, the university secretary was normally a senior executive, was co-held with the vice principal administration or that role, and it was delegated to a senior manager of governance or similar senior role to support that senior position to do that role. However, that has shifted significantly where the chief governance officer / university secretary has their own delegation as a senior executive in the delegations of authority policy, and that having checked other universities' delegations of authority policy is unique to UAW.
Okay, and
Does that role report to the Vice Chancellor?
I think functionally, but the emphasis has been that that role would report to and support the Chancellor.
Oh, okay. So functionally it reports to the Vice Chancellor, but practically supports.
Previously, it used to report to the Deputy Vice Chancellor, strategy and assurance. However, that role was disestablished in 2024.
Right.
So can I ask you, if late papers that go to council, it would be the secretary of the council that would be the person who would be responsible for settling those documents and distributing them, and would determine the timing that they would be distributed as well?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Any further questions, Ms Mitchell, Ms Merton? Mr Dowden? No? Thank you, Ms Simmons. We appreciate your appearance today and taking the time to put in a submission. Thank you. That's lunch, isn't it? And that means we're breaking for lunch till 2:15. Thank you, Ms. Mastriani, for appearing before us today. Before we begin, if I could ask that you state your title, your position, your title, and then state either an oath or an affirmation.
Thank you. My name's Marissa Mastriani. I'm the Group CEO and Managing Director of UAW Global Enterprises.
Thank you. And could you swear either an oath or an affirmation, please?
I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you very much. And do you have a short opening statement?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee, for the opportunity to appear today. As CEO of UAW Global Enterprises, I'm proud to represent an organisation that has been a pioneer in transnational education. While the University of Wollongong's roots are firmly in Wollongong, in 1993 we became the first international university to establish a campus in Dubai. This year we celebrated 32 years of operation there, and today UAW Dubai is a powerhouse of education in the Middle East with over 6,600 student enrolments. Our success was recently recognised when UAW Global Enterprises received both the 2025 New South Wales and also National Export Awards for international education and training. There has been significant disruption and change in international education space in recent years. It is a matter of public record that the federal government is encouraging universities to explore offshore delivery, and the benefits of that are widely recognised. UAW is proud to be a leader in this space. A little bit about UAW Global Enterprises. We are a wholly owned subsidiary of the University of Wollongong, responsible for managing international campuses in Dubai, Hong Kong, Malaysia, as well as our college in Australia. These entities operate under a robust governance framework that ensures accountability and alignment with the university's mission. Oversight occurs through a multi-tiered structure. UAWG has its own board with independent directors and university representation, including the Vice-Chancellor and council members. Subsidiary boards oversee individual campuses and academic boards maintain quality standards. Financial and operational performance is reported annually through audited statements consolidated into the university's accounts in compliance with New South Wales legislation and subject to external audit by the New South Wales Audit Office. These arrangements ensure transparency and accountability for UAWG operations. In summary, UAW's international operations are integral to UAW's vision and strategy. They enable us to deliver world-class education and research, strengthen financial sustainability, and create global opportunities for staff and students. These activities are underpinned by rigorous governance, transparent reporting, and public accountability, ensuring that international presence supports our core purpose in Wollongong and in New South Wales. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that opening statement. And that's helpful because I think, I'm not entirely sure how it all works, so there'll be some questions along those lines. And the first questions for me are about sort of the financial aspect. And I might ask a few together and you can work through them. First is, you say that it's a wholly owned subsidiary of the University of Wollongong. So could you explain funding then? Is that the university provides funding, or is it that each international campus has to be self-sustaining? If not, how does cross-subsidisation work? And so there's several of these. We can go through one by one. But then also any profit, or does UAW Global Enterprises make a profit every year? So some might answer others.
Sure. UAW Global Enterprises is a self-financed, self-funding institution. All of our campuses receive their own revenue through student fees, and accordingly, we have our, they're self-financing is basically how I'd like to describe that. So they have their own revenue and they have their own expenses, and they're managed in an entity, and that's how they're managed. In terms of any returns, any surpluses, they are returned to the University of Wollongong. And
so they're not a dividend, sort of a set dividend. It's whatever surplus from whatever the campuses hold.
So I think the way for me to best explain it is that in order to release the funds, any surpluses that we have, they do get returned to the university via a dividend. And just to give you, there hasn't been great transparency around that or acknowledgement. It does appear in the accounts of the university, but I can say to you that since 2016, $167 million has been paid in gross dividends to the University of Wollongong through our offshore operations. So
is that the after operating costs?
Yes.
That's the entire operating profit of the offshore campuses?
Yeah.
Okay, so that gets delivered into consolidated revenue of the university.
I think what also happens is, because we are a wholly owned subsidiary, so we have global enterprises, and then we have our subsidiary companies, entities offshore. Each of these get rolled up into UAW Global Enterprises, and that gets rolled up into the university's statutory accounts. So it's presented as part of the University of Wollongong's
So
results.
if I was to look at the university's rolled up accounts, would I be able to ascertain what the profit and loss is for Hong Kong, India, Saudi Arabia? I don't know if Saudi Arabia's operating yet, but would I be able to see that?
Our financial statements are publicly available. I'm just making sure that I say the right thing here. The financial statements of GE and our controlled entities are publicly available, and they're publicly available in UAW's controlled entities report. So yes, they are, and so you have both the parent entity and the consolidated entity, so that they are shown as it is described.
Okay, so I could go in and have a look, and I would see that Hong Kong was this or that, and that what then flowed up to UOW Global Enterprises, and then the global amount that went up to the university.
All of our accounts for each of our entities all come under the New South Wales Audit Office. So there's no distinction between an operation that we have offshore or an operation in
Okay,
Australia.
so that's what I'm asking really, is I understand what you're saying, that you're complying with the standards that are there. Gotcha. More, if I was interested in finding out, could I see from what's publicly available where where the slices of the profit came from?
Each of our institutions produces annual accounts.
That are publicly available?
Yes.
Right, okay. So when you set up a campus, say like in Saudi Arabia, you're saying that each of these campuses are self-funding, but they can't be self-funding to begin with, can they? So where does the initial investment come from, and how is that arranged? Because,
Sure. Our approach to operating, particularly when you start a greenfield site, like Saudi will be, is always asset light. So we don't go in with a huge investment in terms of, building a campus, buying a campus. It's very much about, and also a progressive expansion. And an example of that would be in Dubai, where they started with 8 students, but that was 32 years ago. And they've had 4 different campus moves, and each time it's been to facilitate the growth of the campus.
So can I ask then, 8 students, I imagine, wouldn't be enough to self-sustain that business.
No.
So how, until you get to break even, how is that particular entity financed?
So it's financed through the GE operations.
But the GE operations are auspiced or underwritten by the University of Wollongong. So essentially that's University of Wollongong? Because you've said each is self-sustaining. So if you've got a new one, it's not self-sustaining.
No, yeah, that's correct. You always have your startup costs with all your operations, and we absorb that as part of the GE consolidated result.
Okay.
So we build that into our budgets, understanding that it'll have to be financed throughout from the operations that we have across global enterprises. Any startup costs that we have in any other venture that we believe will also contribute positively longer term.
Okay, so you have your startup costs, and those costs are provided, or the funds are provided by the University of Wollongong. Presumably, the governance structure for that is that the University Council has to approve funds for that startup until it breaks even?
No, it actually doesn't happen in that way. UAW Global Enterprises has a budget, has its annual budget where it looks at all the revenues that are going to come in to Global Enterprises, and part of that will also include any startup costs we have for any new ventures.
That's helpful, yes. So that budget is approved by council?
Our budget's approved by the GE board, the UAW Global Enterprises board. And the representation and how our governance model works, if I can just talk to that, perhaps that might help. I'll just make sure that I refer to the right page. So as we are an incorporated entity under corporations legislation, we have a board, and the board's comprised of 2 council members, 2 university executive, including the Vice-Chancellor, and 4 independent directors and myself as Managing Director. So all of the directors...
So you're a voting member of the board?
Sorry?
You're a voting member of the board, yes. Okay.
So all directors are appointed by UAW Council.
Okay, so the council appoints everyone. And are they paid positions?
All external appointments are paid, internal appointments are not.
So by external, council members, potentially external, are they paid?
Yes, they are paid directors' fees.
And how much are those directors' fees?
I'd have to take that question on notice.
And how much are you paid, Miss?
I'd have to take that question on notice.
You don't know how much you're paid?
I'm not paid for being on the board, no. I'm paid as a chief executive. Yeah. I'm not paid as a director.
So how much are you paid as chief executive?
I'd like to take that question on notice, if I may.
You're not able to take a question on notice if you have the answer.
To be honest, I wouldn't be able to tell you my salary accurately. Mm-hmm. I just don't have that number in my head.
Ballpark.
Sorry?
Ballpark. What's the sort of salary range? What are we looking at?
Can I just take a point of order, Chair?
Sure.
Sorry.
Yep. Sure.
I know it's difficult when I'm not there, but with respect to the witness, she's asked to take it on notice. She's allowed to do that, and I think that should be the end of it.
Hang on, sorry, Ms Mitchell, have you finished your point?
Well, my point of order is that Mr Diadam, there's procedural fairness. Where's Bob Nanda when we need him? The witness has said she's taking it on notice. She said she'd prefer to take it on notice to give the accurate amounts. I think that's entirely within her realm to do so.
Thank you, Mr Diadam.
To the point of order, a witness is required to provide an answer if they have that knowledge at that point in time. The capacity to take a question on notice because they choose not to answer at this point in time is not available to a witness.
Do you remind your ministers of that during budget?
Sorry, Ms Mitchell, Ms Boyd.
Perhaps just kind of skirting past this point of contention, even if that question had been taken on notice, Mr Diam had actually asked a new question.
He had.
Asking for ballpark figure, which is a different question, and I think the witness should be given the opportunity to answer.
Thank you, Ms Boyd. I think to your point of order, Ms Mitchell, we will allow Ms Mastriani to take the specifics on notice, but the question from Mr Diadam stands as to a ballpark figure.
So more than $1 million?
Oh, no. No, my salary would be in the range of $600,000.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And just while we're there, and you may want to take this on notice, well, not this part, but do you also sit on other boards? So you've got a substantive role as the CEO. Do you sit on other corporate boards or community boards or?
I have sat on a number of community boards.
Okay.
And I also sit on the board of a mutual.
Okay, and what mutual is that?
The NRMA.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And so no other board appointments?
No.
Okay. Thank you. I wanted to ask specifically, I want to go back, and excuse me, I'm trying to get my head around the structure. We're talking about the funding of the campuses. So you were saying that UOW has a budget, UOW Global Enterprises has a budget each year, and then you have the discretion as the board of Global Enterprises to decide what to do with that budget. But your budget doesn't come directly from UOW. It comes, I guess, from the surplus or the profits from the previous year. I'm trying to understand where your budget approval comes from if you're a wholly owned subsidiary of UOW. Where are you getting the money to decide to invest in a startup campus?
All of our fees are generated from student revenue.
Okay, so you keep that, and then you decide whether or not you remit that to the University of... You decide how much you remit each year to the University of Wollongong in profit. Otherwise, how do you have that float?
What occurs is, when our budget's put together, we put together projected student revenues that are going to come in based on enrolments, based on new enrolments, based on re-enrolling students. We put together our comprehensive revenue. Yeah. Projections. Against that, we put together expenditures. We have everything from rent to salaries, from operating a campus. That's all put together. We also look at what other investment we might need to do in technology, everything to support the campus, so it would meet the same standards that we would have.
No, I understand that, and thank you for that. I'm not trying to cut you off. It's just that we've
got the bottom bit left over, and that would be our surplus, and from there, based on based on what the surplus is, that's distributed as dividend.
Is it a fixed amount?
No, it's not a fixed amount.
So it varies from year to year.
It's not a fixed amount. It's based on amounts distributable under corporations law.
So you get the board decides how much is remitted in dividend each year.
That's what I'm trying to get.
The board approves it under corporations law. It requires a resolution of the board of directors to make that distribution.
I guess what I'm trying to ask, and I'm trying to make it simple for myself, not for you, please don't interpret it that way, is UOW Global Enterprises gets its operating profits for the year, figures out its expenses, does all of its reconciliation as it should. It has a pool of money potentially left over. It decides on its budget for the coming year. It decides as its board for the coming year and keeps that, obviously, to be able to fund those activities, be it, campus upgrade or whatever. And then whatever it decides is left over is remitted to UOW.
No.
So there's no automatic remit of your fees and things to UOW, and then it gives you what you need to operate. You decide. Your board decides.
No. The fees do not. The fees stay within the entity. That's for the institution. So Dubai fees don't come to Australia, and then Australia sends the money back to Dubai to pay wages. No, it doesn't operate that way. On an annual basis, basically you start each year afresh, because we do declare a dividend at the end of each year based on that year's operations. And then the following year we'll have a fresh budget with the revenue projections that come in. Obviously we keep enough cash flow to make sure we are always having sufficient liquidity.
sufficient liquidity for things like your startup projects?
No, well, start to ensure that we have sufficient liquidity to pay our ongoing wages. Because cash flows and student fees come in cycles.
Sure,
so it's about
I'm just curious. I'm just struggling, and it's really me struggling here. I'm struggling to know where, when you decide to open a new campus, where, as you describe it, your startup funding, where the actual funds come from.
It comes from cash reserves that we've accumulated.
That you've accumulated, that you've kept in order to fund that kind of thing.
There is clear transparency that that's sitting there.
Right.
You've also got borrowings.
Yes, we borrowed during COVID. Sorry?
It's okay.
Stole his question, apparently.
We chose to. The university was doing a funding round at that point in time, and during COVID, we were concerned that there may be. There was a lot of uncertainty, not knowing what the future was going to look like, and that's when we were just completing a new fit out for our Dubai campus. So we took $30 million of that. And it's due for repayment in 20. I'd have to take on again. I'm not sure of the exact year, but I think it's due 29. But we are planning on paying it early off, including next year.
Okay.
Doing $10 billion of the 30 next year, because it's locked into some sort of. When the university has to pay it back.
So that's the only debt on the balance sheet, is it? The 30 million?
That's the only.
So
sorry, I'll go to you, Ms. Boyd, very quickly. I just had a question that's slightly different. Who do you report to?
I have dual reporting. I report both to the chair of UAW Global Enterprises and also the Vice Chancellor.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Ms. Boyd.
No, it's all right. I just wanted to ask, in terms of the reserves, it looks like you've got around 163 million in reserves. Is that, so obviously you need to keep a certain amount for liquidity reasons and to be prudent. How much of that is, I guess, earmarked for future expansion, and how does that get determined?
If you're looking at the consolidated global enterprises, that actually also includes our Hong Kong accounts, and the majority of that reserve is Hong Kong financials, which aren't unable for distribution except for in Hong Kong.
Okay.
Yeah, I can give you the total breakup of that, but I don't have quite that detail in terms of the GE result excluding Hong Kong.
And if you decide to open a new campus somewhere, is the process to get approval from council, or is that something that there is autonomy at a board level to determine?
As a wholly owned operation and subsidiary of the University of Wollongong, council holds the delegation for a number of things, including opening a campus in another location, including if you want to start up another company of any sort for any other controlled entity of any sort. So the decision to both explore and to actually open a campus in another location requires the express approval of council.
And how involved is the Chancellor in determining that sort of direction of where you might expand? Do those ideas come from the board up, or are there also, sort of involvement from the Chancellor, for instance, in determining where to go next?
The Vice Chancellor sits on the Global Enterprises Board.
Does the Chancellor?
The Chancellor does not. The Chancellor has a standing invitation to attend any Global Enterprises Board meeting. And so I think that the reason we have a mixture of both UAW executive and council members is that to really ensure that there can never be misalignment for the direction that the Global Enterprises is taking.
But sorry, with respect, in answer to my actual question though, has the Chancellor, to your knowledge, been involved in the strategy and determination of where campuses are opened?
I would say that the chance, well, he has been briefed. He is aware. He's obviously been briefed with the detailed business plan that was put together, the business case.
Do those briefings are they with the Chancellor by themselves or with the Vice Chancellor present?
Look, it would have been, this was over a period of time. I think even when the opportunity arose, when we, if I just take you back a step, when we were approached by New South Wales Trade Commissioner, there was an opportunity that perhaps we should be considering Saudi as a new location. They were changing in terms of their regulatory environment. They were looking at perhaps welcoming a foreign university. We should be really considering it. We are experienced in the region. This would be a really good opportunity. I think the first thing, I would suggest more conversations that I would ever be able to remember in terms of, the fact that we were approached would have been raised, it would have been reported to council, the fact that we were considering it, the fact that we were starting to do a bit of due diligence, we was trying to understand whether this really was an opportunity.
So sorry, when you say the fact that you were approached, who was approached? Was it the Chancellor or was it yourselves?
I was approached. I was sent an email by the Trade Commissioner.
Okay.
So I would say that the Chancellor would have had knowledge, absolute knowledge, and he would have wanted to have satisfied himself as Chancellor of the University with the fact that we were considering this move.
Can I just jump in for one thing? So was the Saudi Arabia campus decided with the then Vice Chancellor as well? Was she supportive of the decision?
She would have been on the G board, yes, at the time, yes.
That's not the question I asked.
Well, she didn't vote against it in the board meeting, so there wasn't a dissension. So I would have to suggest that she was supportive, and the other is she had, from my understanding, done extensive work in Saudi previously in her role at Johns Hopkins.
Right. Okay.
So in that, just coming back to the reserves. So we talked about how there was 163 million in reserves, and you said that a lot of that was the Hong Kong cash. I understand that's about 44 million of that. So
yeah, look, I actually had the balance sheet documents with me. I thought, I won't be asked questions to that detail, so I didn't bring them at all. So I would be, I can't. I really had to take it on notice.
Perhaps you could take on notice. I'm interested in what that 120 million in cash reserves is sort of being.
Are you sure? Is it net assets? Is it referred to net assets? Because if it's net assets, it will also include the building that's owned in Hong Kong. There's a difference between cash. Yeah, does it include?
No, just reserves. So it's equity reserves.
Yeah, that would be part of our net assets, which includes a building that is owned by the college in Hong Kong.
Okay. Sorry, can I just confirm? I thought you said you didn't own buildings.
No, we don't, except in Hong Kong. Hong Kong is Hong Kong is a very, very different operation in that it came. So perhaps it might be really useful if I describe, because there's been some misconceptions around the Hong Kong campus that we have. When the stewardship of the college was transferred to UAW, it included accumulated cash reserves totaling 879 million Hong Kong dollars. And the purpose of that was to repurpose and rehouse into a new campus. So that's why it came with those reserves. That's the equivalent of around about $175 million Australian. And we had to temporarily house. We were given a land grant, because you're right, our policy is that we do not own assets, we always go asset light. In this case, we were granted a land grant by the government for us to relocate the college into, but in the interim, there was a acquisition made with those funds for them to house as a temporary campus, and the view will be that it disposes of that as soon as the Hong Kong property market picks up again. So it's very much not being held. At this point, it's part of its investment portfolio, but that's very much came with the campus, and it was the cash reserves the Hong Kong College had when we did the acquisition, and it was very much transferred with that purpose in mind.
So did the Hong Kong operation in and of itself, aside from the reserve, is it making a surplus?
It is cash flow positive at the moment, yes, but it's also still self-financing through its own reserves.
Okay, so it's using those reserves?
Yes.
Okay, and what about India? Is it returning a surplus? Let's change the phrasing. Is it making a profit?
No.
And what about Hong Kong? Is it making a profit?
Sorry?
Is Hong Kong making a profit?
Hong Kong is not making a profit. It's actually carrying quite significant depreciation because of its new campus that it moved into. Okay. So understanding the impact that has on your statutory accounts.
Yeah. So cash surplus.
Yeah, it's cash.
Yes,
it's
an
cash
overall
flow
deficit
positive
because
from
of
an operating. Yeah.
From the depreciation. Okay,
Yeah.
but India is not.
No, India has had 1 year of operation, and at this point in time, it is not.
Okay, and so it will be cross-subsidised through what you've already described as the global enterprises sort of budgeting process to keep it solvent for the coming year, 2 years.
It's quite. There is no. That is the intention.
Right.
Currently, the way it had to be structured due to the government's approval, it's actually structured as a branch campus, a direct branch campus of the university, being run by global enterprises. So it's actually going straight into the accounts of the university at this point in time.
Okay, so that's quite a different structure than you let us.
Yeah, it's a
with
branch
respect to believe with regards to both Hong Kong now and India, they're a little different, aren't they? So is it that there's is there any other differences with the other campuses that we should know about?
No, not.
Because you described the model as a uniform model, and we're sort of picking out pieces now that don't fit.
Well, I think some of the things that are different are some of the financial, the accounting, the reporting, but overall, as a structure of governance, it is consistent.
I might just quickly check in with my colleagues. You're okay, Sarah, at this stage? Rachel,
I'm okay. You actually asked one of the questions I had, so I'm good. Yeah.
Okay.
I was asked about that India campus. So is that on a? Is there? It's run as a branch of the university, but Global Enterprises effectively manages the campus. And so, is there a commercial relationship between the university and Global Enterprises? Is there some kind of memorandum of understanding? Or how is that?
Yeah.
We've actually set up a committee of council that has oversight of the way we're operating that as a branch campus on behalf of the university. So it's called the UOW FIC subcommittee that we have put in place. And we also have in place service agreements in terms of the fact that it's being run by a subsidiary of the university.
Who's on the subcommittee?
We have a council member. I'd have to also take that question on notice.
The Chancellor is the chair of FIC, so is the Chancellor on that subcommittee?
No, he's not.
Are there people from your board on that subcommittee who are council members? Is there a crossover? Or even the executives?
Yeah, I'd have to take the question on notice. I'll give you a list of who the members are.
Okay, so if we could have the list of who the members are and who your board is, just so we can do that.
Who are the council members on your board?
Currently we have one vacancy and the other is Greg West.
Greg West, so they're the non-executive members of the board. So you said there were two executive members of
the executive is the Vice-Chancellor and the Chief Operating Officer.
The Chief Operating Officer, okay.
Yes.
And then there's four independent directors,
Sorry?
is that right? 4 independent directors?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And so there's one vacancy. Is there any other vacancies in the other categories?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
So the independent directors, how are they recruited?
How have they been recruited? They've been recruited using a director search to a skills matrix.
And who was that? That was outsourced, I guess.
Yeah.
So which company did the director search?
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head.
Could you provide that on notice?
Sure.
Thank you.
I'm just thinking it's been a while since we've recruited, so I'll have to have a think. Yeah.
Sure. No, understood. While we're on that, though, and we're thinking of that, does UW Global Enterprises use consultants for other things apart from recruitment?
Very rarely. We've used them in property, leases to help us with leases, but no, we very rarely, but we'd be happy to supply any consultants that we've used.
And would you be able to, on notice, provide us with the sort of travel and expenses of UW Global Enterprises for, say, the last 3 years?
Sure.
So can I just clarify, Greg West, he's not remunerated as a board member, is that right?
He is.
He is remunerated. He's considered an external appointment.
Oh, he's an external appointment, but he's not an independent. Is that right? So let me just clarify. So my understanding of the structure is 2 council members, 2 executive members, 4 independents, and yourself.
Yes.
The 4 independents, they're all remunerated.
And so are the council members.
And the 2 council members are remunerated.
Yes.
And so you've taken on notice, have you, the remuneration?
Yes. Yes.
Right. Can you give us a ballpark of how much we're talking about?
I haven't looked at for ages, but I think it's 60.
60,000? Okay.
There were a number of resignations of directors in 2024. Did that happen because they were resigning from their particular positions, or was there some other reason? So what I mean by that, for example, is obviously the previous Vice-Chancellor was a director and they resigned when they were no longer Vice-Chancellor. But there's also independent directors who resigned as well. So, for example, Mr. Cornish resigned 22nd of February. Ms. Gann resigned 15th of September. There was another one, Ms. Tansey was appointed to replace somebody. Was there a reason for the
Noel
directors?
Cornish came to an end of term in terms of maximum, and Ms. Wendigan chose to her work commitments.
Okay.
Yeah, she took on a new role. She took on a new job and made the decision that she did not want to. But we've had low turnover of directors, really.
Okay, so it's just in that year.
Yeah. It just happened that they both left in the same year. The others were all linked to ex officio roles, basically linked to being an executive of the university.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so when the new directors were appointed, sorry, I think you covered this a bit with the chair, but when those new directors were appointed, how are they appointed? Are they appointed by council?
Oh, they're all appointed, yes. They all go to council for appointment as directors.
And who puts them forward?
The Global Enterprises Board has a committee that and that will look at applications or go out to the market or do research, recruitment search firm. It just has varied, and then from there that committee will make a recommendation. In the past, it has also included the Vice-Chancellor on that committee. We'll make a recommendation to the G Board, who makes a recommendation to Council, and Council will do the appointment.
Can I ask how you were appointed and how your contract is renewed?
How was I appointed?
Yeah, and
I
how
was
was your
appointed. I was recruited as CFO. I went through
a CFO.
Yeah, back in the day.
Okay.
Yeah.
But then you're not CFO anymore, you're
No, I'm CEO, yes.
Okay. So you were appointed CFO through a recruitment process, and how are you appointed
And
CEO?
then a vacancy came up and the board appointed me as CEO.
Okay, so that was through the board appointed you as CEO?
Yes. Again, I would have to, I think that's always done in consultation with the Vice-Chancellor.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so it's just an ongoing position. It's not a renewed contract. You don't have a term limit like.
It's not an ongoing position. It's a 3-year contract.
Okay. So how long are your contracts?
Sorry?
How long are your contracts?
3-year contracts.
3-year contracts. I couldn't hear that. And where are you in this contract?
I'm at the end of a contract.
You're at the end of a contract now. Okay. Thank you for that. And I just wondered, we were talking about the composition of the board. I just wondered, given this is about campuses and students and academics, why there aren't any students or academics or staff generally represented on your board?
We have subsidiary boards.
Mm-hmm.
One in Dubai, one in Hong Kong, one in Malaysia, and actually the composition and the way they run is actually also influenced by local requirements, because all of our campuses comply with TEXA, but also have local accreditation. So sometimes I like to say we've got, triple star. But in terms of, so the local accreditation generally has requirements in terms of board compositions, the governing body that's in place. So instead of creating our governing bodies are our boards, so we make use of that structure, and it'll have in place requirements for local representation, so that you just don't have people who are distanced from the operations, and then we will then also have representation from students, and it does vary because of the requirements. But for instance, if I'm not mistaken, but I can confirm that in Dubai, they attend the education committee, and the GE board has a presentation at each board meeting from a student representative from one of the campuses to talk about the experience, to talk about what's going well, what's not going so well, how it's changed their life. So we have on the agenda a standing item hearing from directly from students.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and that's really interesting to know and to understand, I guess, how that representation works. But I guess it's a bit like in universities in Australia, you have students on faculty boards, but you still have representatives on university councils as well. They're different levels of accountability and responsibility. And I just wonder, given that UOW Global Enterprises is a wholly owned subsidiary of the University of Wollongong, and part of the University of Wollongong's remit is to promote the interests of the people of the Illawarra, I wonder why it wouldn't be appropriate to have student or staff represented to make sure that all accords, to be part of that governance process, to make sure that regional, the justification accords with the Act, including any sort of regional connection. So I just wondered why that hadn't come up before.
Yeah, well, we see ourselves being connected to both Wollongong community, Wollongong students, but also to the students globally that we reach out to and we teach and we really make our impact globally. Our board is structured as what would be more typically known as a corporate entity, so we structure our board in that way, which reports into the University of Wollongong. So I think that our reporting into the University of Wollongong would give it and the University of Wollongong Council having the student representation, that's where it would come. So for instance, when we decided the Saudi campus, it went to and was discussed at length at council, and that's where the voice of the local Wollongong student would be heard and probably would be most appropriate. Except
in terms of your budgeting, that all happens at your own board, which determines what surplus is remitted to University of Wollongong. So you'd think that University of Wollongong students and staff would have an interest in how much of your money gets remitted and not kept for other projects in other years. There'd be a natural interest in that, wouldn't there? I'm interested in that, and I'm not even a student or staff at University of Wollongong.
Oh, that's your view.
Can I just ask, the decision about the Saudi campus, was that substantively considered by a subcommittee of the council or by the full council, do you know?
It was considered by the full council.
So it didn't go to a subcommittee first? Do you present to the council, like when on the Saudi proposal, did you present to the council on the...
Yes,
so,
I'm trying to recall if it went to... it's been a while ago, so I'm not sure, but I know it definitely went to council. Did it also go to a subcommittee? I'm not sure, but I'd take that question on notice. I really can't remember.
Just with the boards of the subsidiaries, as you call them, are there minutes of their meetings and agendas, are they publicly available?
One, sorry?
So you've said that there's these boards in your other campuses. I presume they have, their own governance structures, etc. What's publicly available from those meetings?
No, they are not publicly available.
Okay, so there's no...
No, the minutes of the G board go up to are made available to council.
Okay, thank you.
We're at
Do you have
time.
a further question?
We're at time.
Oh, we're at time. I just wondered if you had another question. Okay, thank you, Ms Mastriani. We are likely to have some, apart from the questions you kindly said you'll take on notice, we are likely to have some supplementary questions which the Secretariat will be in touch about, and the reply date on those we've extended until the end of January given the season. So thank you again very much for appearing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr Steele, for joining us this afternoon. Before we begin, if you wouldn't mind stating your name, position and swearing either an oath or an affirmation.
Michael Anthony Still. I'm the Chancellor of the University of Wollongong, and I'll swear an oath. I swear that the evidence I'm now about to give, shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And would you like to make a short opening statement?
No, I don't have a statement.
Just straight to questions? Great. Could I just jump in quickly? It's more an update, really.
Yep.
I understand from answers given to the Senate, the Federal Senate inquiry, that University of Wollongong estimated the cost of engagement with Corda Mentha as $2.94 million. And that was in September, and I just wondered, has Corda Mentha still been engaged in the period since then, and if so, how much extra would we be adding to that total?
My understanding is that they're no longer engaged, and that amount is still correct.
Okay, so they've not been engaged further since then?
That's my understanding.
Okay, thank you. I wondered if we could ask about some of the transitions in senior roles over the past few years. Particularly interested in the transition from Vice-Chancellor Davidson to John Dewar. And I just wondered, prior to that interim appointment, who did you have conversations with about the suitability of Mr Dewar for doing that interim role?
I think the primary person that I respected in that regard was Attila Brungs, who is the Vice-Chancellor of University of New South Wales.
Okay, so Vice-Chancellor Brungs. there have been varied reports, including answers to budget estimates, and I think maybe the Senate inquiry as well, as to the nature of the engagement of Mr. Dewar. And I wanted to provide you with the opportunity to clarify that, because to be honest, I'm a little confused, because it seems to be on your answer on the public record that Mr. Dewar, who worked for Corder Mentha, was no longer engaged with Corder Mentha at the time that he was working as interim Vice-Chancellor, and yet there appears to be other evidence which suggests that Mr. Dewar was working 9 days at the university and had a fortnight engagements with Corder Mentha. Which of those is correct?
The 9 days per fortnight is the contracted time that he worked for the University of Wollongong. He stepped back from any employment at Corder Mentha. He possibly used that 1 day a fortnight to keep in touch with people that he would go back to Corder Mentha with. We knew he was going to go back, but he had no working relationship with Corder Mentha. That was our insistence.
Given that Corder Mentha was engaged and has carried out, as we've just said, $2.9 million worth of work on the transformation strategy that the university has pursued, is it appropriate that someone from Corder Mentha was appointed as the interim VC during the process of that transformation? And what assurances did you get from Mr. Dewar that he was not actually keeping in touch with Corder Mentha, which probably wouldn't have been the diligent thing to do in those circumstances?
I've no doubt that he was in touch with them. There's no reason why he wouldn't be, but there was no reason that he would subvert the arrangement we had made. We went through a very strict process to appoint an advisor. There was a tender, there was a probity officer, we had submissions from other firms. When Mr. Dewar came along, he was not allowed to have any engagement with those people. And that was stated in his contract.
Sorry, would you say those people? Sorry.
The consultants that came to work at UOW. So the work of the Corder Mentha consultants was overseen by what we call the Project Control Board, which was a committee of council.
I just wonder though, given that I understand that John Dewar remained a business partner at Corder Mentha, he was still profiting from the business that Corder Mentha had at University of Wollongong. So even if you put up that screen, if you like, between him not engaging, he still was a beneficiary of the work.
Possibly, I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
Wasn't it your role to check?
Well, that would
exercise
depend.
the due diligence?
No, if there was a direct conflict, then perhaps we should have thought about that, but there was no conflict because there was a process, a tender process in the normal fashion, undertaken very strictly for the appointment of a consultant, and totally outside that process, John Dewar was asked if he would step in as an interim Vice-Chancellor when we needed it.
So you effectively borrowed him for a bit from the consultancy then? You've entered into an arrangement to borrow him from his consultancy for a bit?
Well, not with the consultancy. We didn't have that arrangement. It was purely with him.
But he must have had to have arranged that with his business partners and said, look, I'm going to go and do this for 8-9 months.
I expect he would have, yes.
And so given that, you don't think then that they potentially thought, well, this was a package deal? They get to have the 3 million odd fees in doing the project at the same time as
they had no idea at the time of the scope of the work that we were going to ask any consultant to do. They had no idea that they were in fact going to be the consultants.
Do you understand the public perception though of this? That
I do, and that's why there was such a strict process in addressing both the consultancy tender and the appointment of John Dewar. Yes.
With the greatest of respect, Mr. Steele, it doesn't seem particularly strict. It seems.
I think it was very strict.
Seems like it was a pretty standard process for putting a tender out, getting 3 quotes in, and
well, it wasn't quotes. It was really around the competence of the people. Yes, there was pricing involved, but many things came into it. But it was very strict. It was not a casual arrangement at all.
Sorry.
So, no, carry on.
Was there a tender scorecard for this particular
Oh, yes,
procurement?
there was.
Could you perhaps
I'll take
provide
that on
to the
notice and get
committee?
it to you. Sure.
Given that, from the looks of it, Mr. Dewar provides quite a lot of the heavy lifting for KordaMentha in terms of its capabilities in higher education, would not that have been a factor in appointing KordaMentha as the consultants?
Not at all. The fact that he is that capable is why we wanted him personally to join the university and help.
Right.
Did you know Mr. Dewar before the appointment?
No, I didn't at all, no.
And could we get perhaps, and this might be on notice, Mr. Steele, the times and dates of the engagement of KordaMentha and Mr. Dewar's contract? Because you probably wouldn't have that off the top of your head, I would have thought.
Look, let me see.
Yep.
I might go.
Sure, if you have it, that would be helpful.
Because I think that yes, Dewar was appointed interim vice-chancellor on 30 June 24. And KordaMentha people, as part of the tender process for the review of operations, started 22 July 24, yes.
2024.
Mr. Steele, did you ask Professor Davidson to resign?
Professor Davidson resigned of her own accord.
You didn't ask her to resign?
The discussions that took place with Professor Davidson over time resulted in her resignation.
So is that a discussion that you initiated?
I initiated many discussions with Professor Davidson, yes.
Specifically about her resigning?
She chose to resign after
No, that's
conversations.
not the question I'm asking you, Mr. Steele. My question is, did you initiate a discussion with Professor Davidson about her resigning, asking her to resign?
The conversation I had with Professor Davidson did include the possibility of her resigning, and she resigned.
And when did that occur?
Oh, I'd have to get you the date.
Could I ask then, it seems a little inconsistent with media reporting after Professor Davidson's resignation, in which I'm pretty sure you said that it came as a shock and that...
No, I didn't say that.
Right, okay. No. So either you didn't say it or the reportings that I've seen.
Well, the reporting was incorrect, yes.
Right.
Did you ask many people to resign? There's been a lot of changeover with the senior.
The senior people that resigned or were moved on were either that way by the interim vice-chancellor, not by me.
You didn't have conversations with any of them?
No. No, that's not my job.
Was there an understanding that there was a desire, I guess, to renew the leadership? Because there's a huge number of people that since
the interim vice-chancellor came to me per the governance arrangements of the university to say that there was a deep need for renewal, and he gave me his intentions. It's not for me to tell him what to do, but merely to oversee what the senior executive does.
And that wasn't part of the overall sort of agreement with KordaMentha? I mean, they've come in and
had nothing to do with
subsequently, argued for cuts.
Don't confuse KordaMentha and John Dewar. John Dewar was not working for KordaMentha at the time; he was working for the university.
No, but he was still a partner.
he seems to have had the same sort of slash and burn mentality, though, in terms of asking people to resign.
I think slash and burn would be to mischaracterise. He saw a need for certain people to leave the organisation, and some resigned and some he may have moved on. I cannot recall which was which.
On answers to questions on notice in budget estimates earlier this year, we asked how much had been paid out in redundancy in the 18 months since you have been Chancellor. We were told just over $29 million in redundancy payments and an extra 700 and something thousand in hiring costs in that 18-month period from the end of 23 to mid-25. Does that strike you as a huge amount of money to be?
It's an extraordinary amount of money, but it's a function of the EBA. Most of that money is voluntary redundancy money paid to academics in the learning program change. Some of the money, of course, was to the executives who left, but most of it, as I understand, is voluntary redundancy money in the teaching and learning.
Could I jump in, Ms. Boyd, just to go back on one of your questions? Mr. Still, you were saying that the interim Vice-Chancellor was making decisions about, the composition of the senior executive, essentially. And I wondered, why then was there the need to change the delegated authority to manage senior executive appointments to be under your purview? So wasn't it you who actually had oversight of who stayed and who went?
Oversight of the process.
Oversight of the process. So why was there I understand there was a change, that this was a new delegation of authority. It hadn't previously it had previously been with the Vice-Chancellor, I think.
Yeah, well, coincidentally, this is a question that was put to me by a member of the press last evening. So one of the points of discussion with Vice-Chancellor Davidson was executive members being appointed without process, people being removed without process, and without the visibility of council. And so this was very concerning. And so, as is the case with, let's say, Sydney University, we put in place a process to have council as a subcommittee oversee that senior executive ins and outs.
So when you were saying that it was the Vice-Chancellor, the new Vice-Chancellor who was in control of that, well, actually now it was overseen by you and council, because you wanted to put in place protection so that the Vice-Chancellor couldn't be the one solely in charge of
those senior appointments.
Okay.
But it's a process issue. It's not we like that person, therefore you can't. But on what basis are you hiring them? Where's the selection panel? Is this selection panel an external one for this grade of person? Is it an internal one? All these sorts of things.
Right. There is a bit of a you're probably aware of it, I don't think it will surprise you, that there's a bit of a narrative of the centralisation of control. Sadly, we're not just hearing it with regards to the University of Wollongong, we're hearing it across the board. There seems to have been a number of changes both to delegations with regards to whether it's the appointment of senior management, whether it's odd changes to delegations for a couple of $1 million to different committees. You seem to be the chair of a number of key committees. I just wondered, how do you respond to the suggestion that there has been in the past 2 years a centralisation of control largely under you at UOW?
Control, no. A centralisation of oversight, yes. The university was, at that stage of the game, going to run out of cash in 2027. That's not a situation that I can sit by and watch and allow to go through slow or undeveloped processes. Of course, council needed to take a much greater interest. And you'll have seen from the recent independent report by Ms. Salento that there's great criticism that council hasn't taken greater control of executives and of the finances.
With regard to, and forgive me because it's something that's come up a lot, so I'm quite interested in this, with regard to this idea of financial situations. Undoubtedly, the university sector obviously has its pressures.
Yeah.
But we've heard evidence both this morning and in previous hearings that the narrative around the crisis that we hear from multiple universities is, as the saying goes, somewhat exaggerated, given that the accounting methods used rely heavily on depreciation as the part of the accounts that send them into these great negative territories. Why is that relied on so heavily?
Depreciation, do you mean?
Well, why is why is the suggestion there that these are being used as the rationale for the crisis narrative?
I don't, well, I suppose I can't speak for the others, I must say, but just generally speaking, depreciation is a measure of the money that needs to be spent on assets in the future. So if a building or a piece
Sorry,
of
thanks. Sorry, Professor, but we're really rushed for time. And with the greatest respect, I understand how depreciation
Okay,
works.
that's good.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So
Yeah.
I do understand.
So that they are saying we need to put that money aside, even if it's notional. Now, we haven't worried so much about that at UOW. It will become a problem at UOW.
Right. I don't mean to seem sort of trivial about this, but you seemed very sort of engaged there with the thought of the financial concerns and the running out of cash.
Yeah.
I wondered then, and Ms. Boyd had sort of referenced the optics or the perceptions of particular choices.
Yeah.
How does it look if there's this crisis of cash that we understand, and you know, it's now on the public record, that you spent upwards of $62,000 on your own installation ceremony as Chancellor? How does that look, do you think?
Yes. Well, I would have thought that was unfortunate, I must say. I didn't know that at all. What transpired, as I was advised afterwards, was that internal people wouldn't cooperate in putting together that installation ceremony, and it was outsourced. I hadn't known that.
Sorry, okay, you weren't advised about
No.
how they were organising your...
No.
So who would have then approved a $62,000 installation ceremony?
I don't know, to tell you the truth.
You don't know?
Would you like me to take that on notice?
I would like you to
Yeah,
take that on
okay.
notice. I find it interesting, given our recent discussion here about making sure that there's control and oversight. That's something which potentially, as I don't have to tell you, potentially publicly looks quite bad, isn't known about, or who makes those decisions is not known about.
Just on that, when you're getting that information, because I understand that this hadn't been done at the university since 1975. If you could come back to us with exactly who made the decision then, how it was made, and how it was made to have that much money spent on it at a time when the university...
It's very common in universities. You'll see it in most universities. It's a proper procedure for a university to undertake.
Apparently, according to the answers that were given to us by the Vice-Chancellor, middle of the year, budget estimates, we were told it wasn't since 1975.
That's for UOW, yes.
Yeah.
That's right.
Also, we were told that in the 18-month period from January 24, that there had been almost $300,000 spent on your sort of incidental expenses, $293,977.98.
That would be a great surprise to me, but anyway, I'll get that checked for you.
Yeah, so that's costs associated with supporting you, apparently.
Oh, that'll be staff as well.
It says includes things like parking, inauguration, salary of the senior executive assistant that supports you. Is that senior executive assistant a new role?
I don't know. I wouldn't expect so. Somebody had to support the Chancellor and the Council and the other Council members. There's quite a lot of work to do, so someone's been doing it.
Perhaps if you could give us a breakdown of what that expense is,
Sure.
that would be very useful.
Yep.
Thank you. And while we're on that, and I'm not sure, perhaps you have provided this, or someone's provided this before, I noticed, but I'd like to just confirm. The $2 million that got delegated to the Finance Infrastructure Committee, discretionary $2 million,
Yeah.
I wondered, what was it used for? And is that a one-off, or is that an ongoing delegation of up to $2 million? And could we get a breakdown of what has been used for?
Yes, we certainly can.
Okay.
It was a one-off amount. I'm not sure that it will continue. It paid for the initial set of reviews of operations, etc.
Just on that as well, because in the answers to questions on notice, we were told that in order to spend the money from that $2 million, that you needed 2 signatures out of 3 categories of people. The top one was I think yourself.
Chair. Yeah.
And then there was chair of the FIC, which is also you, as I understand it.
It was. It won't be next year.
Okay, and so then that just left us with the deputy chancellors. I understand there's only 2 of those. Yep. So effectively then, when we're asking for 2 signatures, it's not you twice, it's you and one of those deputy.
Or the other 2 together.
The deputy chancellors together?
I think so, yes.
Okay.
Could I, sorry, just before I go to my colleagues, I just want to ask you about Nous Consulting. I have looked at disclosures of contracts over a period of time, and you're probably not looking at the website as frequently as me, but there seems to be an unusual pattern where the disclosure around Nous has changed over the course of a few months. So on the 7th of September, on the 21st of June this year, it said that the contract value was greater than $150,000, less than $257,000. Then by the 7th of September, that was $1,030,000. Then by now, I think today, and that was the amount up until early December.
Yeah.
Today it says greater than 150,000, and it won't give us any more detail because it's commercial in confidence. And I just wondered what's happening there that has had such a big variation, and why now suddenly, when we knew that it was $1 million in the beginning of December, do we now have to say it's commercial in confidence?
Look, I have no idea, I'm sorry.
Right.
None at all. We'll come back to you on that.
Do you know about Nous, what Nous is doing?
Yes,
Okay.
I was a great supporter of employing Nous Cubane. They have all the benchmarking for staff numbers in all the different areas of the university. Yeah. So it's a very good place to start as to where everybody else has their number of staff.
Where do they get their benchmarking figures, their benchmarking data from?
I think they have it with the cooperation of all the universities.
And do you get them to buy your data so that they can use it for benchmarking purposes, or do they just use it when you sign the contract?
I have no idea, I'm sorry.
Could we get that on notice? That's quite important to me, to understand where they're sourcing their data, because I understand that it's international data, which has
I think it is international as well. Yes.
Yeah, but it's got a bit more limited relevance to Australia. So if you could find out also if you're just giving up your data, or is that part of the commercial exchange that's brokered
Let's
as part
find out
of the
about
deal?
that. But the important point, I think, here is that we ask for relevant data from our own set. So regional and sub-regional universities in Australia.
Right. Okay. So I'll go over to
Sorry, I want to come back to the resignation of Professor Davidson. So I have a timetable here. So the resignation was made public on the 19th. So roughly, how long before the 19th did you have the conversation with Professor Davidson about her resignation?
I can't tell you because I don't know the
Couple of weeks?
19th. Oh.
24 hours before? How long do you think?
Well, look, I can't tell you what the 19th was. I'd have to look at the calendar. But it can't have been more than a few days after that final conversation.
So you had a final, but you had an initial conversation with her?
I had many conversations with her.
No, in relation to the resignation, Mr. Still.
Ultimately, must have been a few days before that public announcement. We would have made a public announcement as quickly as...
Okay, so did you decide to have that conversation, to initiate conversation with Professor Davidson on your own initiative about her resignation?
Ultimately, yes, I'm accountable for that. Yes,
did you talk to anyone
Oh, yes.
about her resignation before
yes.
you had that conversation
Oh,
with?
many people.
Who did you speak to?
Council members, of course.
Which council members?
I think probably all of the independent council members, and then ultimately the
Can you
staff and
specify
students.
specific people that you recall having conversations with?
Well, the main ones that come to mind straight away are Warwick Shanks, Greg West, Merrin Dawson, Nivs Murray. So that's the core of the independents. That discussion having been had, it would have been discussed with the staff and student members. Everybody in council was involved ultimately.
So you had a conversation with the staff and student members about possibly asking for the resignation of the Vice-Chancellor before you'd spoken to the Vice-Chancellor?
Not the staff and students, no, because by the time we gathered the council, we had received the resignation. So the question for the council at large was, are we prepared to accept the resignation of the Vice-Chancellor? That's as I remember it.
So you'd had these discussions. What was the nature of the discussion that you were having with these independent members of council? Like, presumably you had some rationale for why you were seeking the resignation of the Vice-Chancellor. What was that?
Well, that would be to mischaracterise it, I'm afraid. The conversations over time were about the performance of the Vice-Chancellor and of the senior executive, and that is the job of the council.
So you'd formed a view that the Vice-Chancellor wasn't performing well and that the senior executives weren't performing well?
No, not the senior executive of that stage at all. That's up to the Vice-Chancellor. I did discuss the
Let me just run you
performance
through
of the-
this sequence, because the Vice-Chancellor announced her resignation on the 19th of April. Then on the 30th of April, you had the Deputy Chancellor resign, Robert Ryan. Then on the 7th of August, you had Adam Malouf, the Chief Operating Officer, resign. Then on the 9th of August, you had Matt Wright appointed, I think. Is that right?
Yes, he stepped in.
And
as
then
acting
on the
Chief
9th of
Operating
September,
Officer.
the Chief Financial Officer resigned. Is that right, David McKenzie?
I don't know David McKenzie.
So there's a sequence of resignations that came in quick succession.
So Robert Ryan was a council member, and his term expired.
Right, I see. Okay, so he was.
The
a
rest of
council
it was all by the chief executive, not by me.
And so when Professor Dewar started, did you have a conversation with him about cleaning out the executive?
I said that he needed to take responsibility for the executive. Yes, he was fully fledged chief executive
Did
of
you
the
identify
university.
specific people that you thought were a problem?
I can't recall a conversation about specific people.
I mean, you
And
came
what-
in and there was a lot of turnover very quickly.
Yes, he made his own
Presumably
assessments.
had your imprimatur to engage in that activity.
As long as the process was correct and the reasoning was correct,
You
yes.
must have had good reason to believe that what he was doing was correct. Is that fair to say?
Oh, well, that's true too. But there was no influence on John Dewar. He
So it
made up
was-
his own mind.
So was John Dewar recruited for that purpose?
No. he
Is
was
that why you appointed
he
an
was recruited
interim-
to be a vice-chancellor.
Why didn't you seek to appoint a permanent vice-chancellor? Why were you going for an interim vice-chancellor?
Because it takes many months. We started the process straight away, and it takes many months.
But often there's acting vice-chancellors. You can get one of your deputies.
Oh,
you
well,
can-
yes.
But did you speak with Mr. Dewar before you asked Ms. Davidson to resign?
No. No.
Did you know him? Did
No,
you
I'd
have that
never met
conversation?
him.
So at the time when you decided a new vice chancellor was required, you didn't have one in mind?
No.
So what did you anticipate would happen when the vice-chancellor resigned? So you were just going to pull the trigger on the vice-chancellor going, and you had no plan going forward.
When the
for the
vice-chancellor
interim
resigned,
period.
I had no plan to replace her with anybody in particular.
Okay, so sorry, I just want to jump in there. So you had conversations with her about the possibility of her resigning, but in your mind, and you said you had multiple conversations, but during that time you hadn't considered what the university did to fill that gap.
No, we did put in an acting person, but that wasn't going to work. So
Why is that the case when it works so well at other universities? Like, it's just a standard practice.
it might be, but I have to make a decision about competence.
What?
No, it's an interim.
Can I just check in?
Yes.
Sorry, Ms Mitchell did have a question. She was happy to let that line of question go, but I just want to jump in. Ms Mitchell?
Thanks, Chair. Look, I won't take long because I'm happy for others to go back to this. I just wanted to ask Mr Steele, one of the things that we've heard from different witnesses about is really a bit of a lack of transparency and accountability for university councils, generally speaking, for some of the sort of subcommittees and decisions that have been made. And one of the recommendations we heard earlier today was that the Minister and the Auditor General should look to sort of set up a panel to more frequently look at some of the undertakings of the university's decisions made by councils and make that a public report to Parliament. And I just wondered if you had a view on that proposal.
I think anything that would make the public more comfortable about the operations of universities, as long as it doesn't stand in the way of a university business being conducted properly, is fine. In the Chancellor's Council, I'm also a member of the Social Licence Committee, and I think social licence is an incredibly important thing for universities. And it develops that social licence in many, many ways. It is a gift of the public. So if there was a method of looking at what councils did annually or every second year or something to cover what you're suggesting, it could be a good idea.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. That's all
Can
I
I-
have.
Yes.
Sorry, can I just pick up that final question on okay, let me put it to you, Mr. Steele. What I don't understand is, I understand that when you get a new Vice-Chancellor in, you say, it is now your responsibility to work out the executive suite. Off you go and work that out. We are going to do things in the way that we have appointed you to do, because you are now the new Vice-Chancellor. But in this case, you'd appointed somebody knowing they were only going to be there for 8 or 9 months.
Yes.
So you've got a person who you've brought in who is then making these massive changes to the running of the university and then leaving for a new person to come in.
Yes.
And it's cost the university millions of dollars to do that.
I don't know about that, because what you're again referring to is what was in fact voluntary redundancies on the from the teaching and learning review.
All right, if we just focus though on the executive,
Yes.
that is a huge disruption and a huge change of direction for somebody who you knew was only interim to be tasked with and given that responsibility for.
Yes.
At no point did you think, well, might get another Vice-Chancellor who wants to do things differently, who's actually going to be permanent. There seems to be a disconnect there between the amount of authority that was given to somebody and sway, who was interim and who also happened to, I guess, have the same attitude towards the university as the consulting firm that you then appointed.
No, don't say that. They're totally different things. John Dewar is one of the most highly regarded university chief executives in the country. We were very fortunate that he was able and willing to come and be Vice-Chancellor for 6 or 7 months. That he had such experience and was so highly regarded meant that we were able to allow significant change to happen under his leadership. He understood quickly what needed to happen. He would know how a university needed to run. He said it was not running like any university should run, and Council gave him the authority to set it up in a way which was consistent with a proper running of a university.
Could I just jump in with a question then?
A lot of
What
assumptions
connection did Mr Dewar have to the Illawarra?
What
connection did he have to the Illawarra?
None that I know of.
Okay, and what connection do you have you had historically before becoming Chancellor?
I've known the UOW for quite a while. I've been involved way back in the past with UOW on several things, but I don't have any real connection in the Illawarra.
Okay. On notice, would you mind providing examples of the things way back in the past that you had?
Oh, sure.
That would be helpful.
Can I ask how you came to be the Chancellor?
There was a process run by a recruitment firm. Name escapes me. One of the large ones. I was asked if I was interested. I said certainly was.
You come out of finance, is that right?
Finance, infrastructure finance, and
So you don't have any direct higher education experience before being appointed Chancellor?
No.
So how do you end up being Chancellor? What kind of recruitment process leads to someone from finance being appointed to one of the leadership positions in a higher education institution?
Is there something wrong with that? I mean, you sound like you think
No,
there's something
I'm asking
missing.
you, it's a question.
Why not? It
What's the
could have come from
process?
anywhere. I could have been anything.
Well, I mean, anyone could be appointed, of course, but clearly
yeah.
some decision was made that you're the right guy for the job.
Yes.
And I wanted to know how that process worked. So is it
I
correct
can't
that
tell you
David
what was
Gonski
in
was
their
involved
mind.
in the process?
I believe that David was an advisor somewhere in the process.
Do you know David?
Yes, I do know David.
Have you known him for a long time?
He was Chancellor of the University of New South Wales.
Did he speak to you before you were appointed Chancellor?
He asked me if I was interested and whether or not I would like to have my name added to the list.
Right, I see. And before that, had you expressed any interest in
No.
being the leader of a
No.
university? So David Gonski just tapped you on the shoulder and said, we think you should be the Chancellor?
No, he didn't say that. Would I be interested in having my name added to the list?
And was
What's the nature
Mr.
of your
Gonski
friendship?
part of the panel? Did you already ask that? Mr.
Sorry?
Chair? Was Mr. Gonski part of the recruitment panel?
No idea. I don't think so. This is purely my supposition that he was an advisor somewhere in the process.
Was there no interview?
Oh, yes, there was.
So who interviewed you to become Chancellor?
Warwick Shanks, Robert Ryan, and at the end of the table, quite separate from the other two, was David Gonski for a period of the interview.
So he was there?
So was there?
Yeah, but
I just asked you if you was on the panel, and you said no, you don't know.
No, I don't know. You see, the panel is a panel set up by the university.
You're being coy.
Whether-
That's
Mr.
just
Steele.
been very
No. I'm being subjected here to be, and I'm being asked to be precise. I'm trying to be precise for you.
Okay,
I don't know the answer.
So he was precisely there on the day that you were interviewed.
Yes, he was.
Okay, that's
Mr. Shanks, do you know Warwick Shanks?
I didn't before the university,
Not
no.
before the university
No.
Sorry,
appointment?
just Anthony, one of your questions I don't think got a full answer. Did you know Mr. Gonski before this? Are you
Yes.
friends?
No, not as friends. I'm not a friend of Mr. Gonski, merely by association at UNSW.
Is it a business association?
Well, it's an institutional association. I was chair of the South East Sydney Local Health District,
Right, I see.
and
So
we
you
had a partnership with UNSW.
So there'd been no commercial
no,
relationship, like where you'd been engaged in business activities together. You had no knowledge or no.
The UNSW trained much of the medical workforce of the health district, so the faculties were very engaged. They were partners in the Randwick Health Precinct. So there was a significant engagement with the university and the health district.
So, I mean, can you imagine that might look, again, we're looking at perceptions, but if you were at the University of Wollongong, or indeed someone who lived in Wollongong, and there was a sense that the former Chancellor or Vice-Chancellor? Chancellor of UNSW in Randwick and the head or ex-head of the Randwick Area Health Service had got together, well, had some connection, which meant that then there was an appointment to the University of Wollongong. And I'm not suggesting that there is anything wrong, but could you see that there might be a perception that maybe doesn't seem like the best way to appoint someone who's going to be the head of the University of Wollongong?
No, I think that's drawing far too long a bow.
Right, okay.
You're not remunerated as Chancellor, are you?
No, I'm not.
Do you get any kind of financial assistance to fulfil your role?
Other than the amounts already mentioned by Ms Boyd, no.
For the investiture?
No,
No,
for
for
staff, there's a...
So you do it all for free, do you?
Yes,
It's
can I-
voluntary work.
voluntary.
And how many hours a week do you think you spend on the university's administration?
I think in the last couple of years I would have spent at least 40 hours a week.
So how do you afford that?
How do I afford it?
Yeah, you must be well remunerated in another way in order to afford 40 hours of your time a week to a voluntary organisation. How do you...
I think that the best way you could describe it is that I spend my savings.
Right, I see.
Sorry, can
You're
I
wealthy.
just, sorry, ADA, can I just ask one follow-up
I
question?
don't know that there's anything wrong with spending my savings. I might be penniless.
Excuse me, ADA, I'll just ask one final question on this. The money that we heard about, and you were going to take on notice, I think, that Ms Boyd said was about $300,000 in the spend on your support. Are you aware of a limit on that? Is that so? You didn't seem to be aware of the amount that had been spent. I wondered if there is an upper limit to that you're aware of, or it's just not something that you consider because someone else approves it. How do you determine what's spent?
I spend as absolutely little as I can. I drive my own car, I pay my own expenses. I'm very surprised it's $300,000, but we will find out what it's spent on.
Okay, and could you also find out if there is somewhere a limit? You're not aware of it, so...
No, it's a matter of what's appropriate and what's proportionate.
Right, okay. Right. Thank you.
Could I just have one
more,
question
yep.
about... I understand that Greg West sits on the
Global Enterprises.
Global Enterprises Board, and he's a council member.
Yes.
So the decision to appoint council members to that board,
Yes.
that obviously carries some level of remuneration. How is that decided? Is that on the basis of a recommendation of a subcommittee that you sit on?
He has been a member of the board of GE since before my time.
Right.
I have not been part of appointing a board member to GE.
Right, okay.
But I'm not sure that he would...
No,
I
he's
have to take
definitely
on notice
remunerated.
whether he's remunerated.
Yeah.
Mr Steele, you were here when Ms Mastriani was telling us that he was remunerated.
Oh, that's right, I didn't catch that.
Yeah. Thank you.
I think we're out of time.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Steele. We are out of time. We do appreciate you appearing and being prepared to take questions, which can be thorny from this committee, so we do appreciate that. We are probably likely to ask for further questions. We've given you some on notice, and there are likely to be supplementary questions, and we've extended the reply time to the end of January, given the season. So thank you again for appearing.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all.
Thank you all very much for appearing today. We'll begin by asking you to state your name, your position, and swearing either an oath or an affirmation. And we'll start with you, Mr. Shanks.
Thank you. My name is Warwick Shanks and I'm Deputy Chancellor of the University of Wollongong. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
My name is Max Liu. I'm the Vice Chancellor and President of the University of Wollongong. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Nina Reynolds. I'm the Chair of Academic Senate, and in that role I'm on council, so I'm a council member, and I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And does anyone have an opening statement that they'd like to? Yes, Mr. Shanks.
Thank you. Just a statement of introduction. So as you heard, my name is Warwick Shanks, Deputy Chancellor of the University of Wollongong, a position to which I was elected by the University Council in October 2021. The position is voluntary and unpaid, and one that has been a privilege to hold over the last 4 years. I've served 2 4-year terms on council, having been appointed by the New South Wales Minister for Education initially from January 2018 and then reappointed from January 2022. My association with UOW spans many years prior to my appointment to council, including voluntary service on numerous committees and as chair of the advisory board of the former Faculty of Commerce. This long involvement reflects my commitment to the university's missions and its role in supporting students, research and regional communities. UOW's commitment to the Illawarra region reflects my own. I've long been involved in community organisations and initiatives that strengthen social and economic outcomes, including serving as chair of the Illawarra Committee of the Australian Institute of Company Directors, deputy chair of RDA Illawarra, overseeing the judging of the Illawarra Business Awards for 20 years. I'm also currently chairman of the board of the Illawarra Performing Arts Centre. Outside of my role at UOW, I have over 30 years of professional experience in corporate governance, audit, risk management and financial oversight. I'm a fellow of Chartered Accountants Australia and New Zealand and a graduate member of the Australian Institute of Company Directors. In January 2024, I was honoured with a Medal of the Order of Australia for services to business and to the community. I also note that I will be finishing my term on council at the end of this month. And I will be continuing my association with the university by moving into a role of Pro-Chancellor. Pro-Chancellor is a ceremonial role that enables me to assist the university and the Chancellor by presiding over events such as graduations. And I look forward to assisting the committee today by outlining our governance practices and my role.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shanks.
Thank you.
Professor Liu.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Max Liu. I'm a Chinese-born and dual citizen of Australia and a British citizen. After 9 years as Vice Chancellor of the University of Surrey, I'm very pleased to return home to take up this new role as Vice Chancellor. 6 months in, I'm still on a learning curve. So if I don't have all the answers, I promise you that I have some good questions too. So this year, UOW celebrated 50 years of innovation impact to the Illawarra, in the Illawarra region. So we have grown from a small regional campus into a world leading university with the impact, delivering world-class research and teaching, and produced over 200,000 alumni or graduates worldwide. So we have ranked consistently in the top 200, and we ranked very pleased to note that the AFR ranking placed us at 8th overall this year and 3rd in teaching quality. So in September, I led the consultation for new strategy, Vision 2035 and Strategic Plan 2030. The plan builds on our proud history while setting ambitious goals for the future. That is to be a university that thinks global, acts local, rooted in our Illawarra community, while achieving international excellence. I do recognize public trust and social licensing is fundamental, and strong governance balanced with freedom to innovate is essential. So at University of Wollongong, we are committed to the accountability, transparency, and high performance. So the university's story is one of resilience and renewal and ambition, so we look forward to shaping an even brighter future for Australia in the years ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Liu. Professor Reynolds, do you have a statement?
Just of introduction, so I'm Professor Nina Reynolds. I'm Professor of Marketing with the School of Business. I've been at the university since 2014. I've been Chair of Academic Senate for 3.5 years now. That's an elected position, which also makes me an ex officio member of Council.
Thank you. Thank you. We might start our questions. My first one's to you, Professor Liu, and thank you. We do appreciate that you have not been in the chair for all that long. However, when you did arrive, it seems that what I understand is called the transformation strategy was in swing, we've just heard from the Chancellor that there had been a fairly wide brief given to the interim Vice-Chancellor to take a broom through senior executive. What's your position on the transformation strategy and the loss of the 160 odd, perhaps more jobs? But what I understand now is the recruitment of about 130, 140 jobs. So what's your assessment of where the university stands regarding the transformation strategy and how it rebuilds? No doubt there'll be questions, particularly to you, Mr. Reynolds, later about teaching and learning and courses. Mr. Liu, what's your understanding of where things sit and how you rebuild a university that's been very hard hit by this strategy?
Yeah, thank you, Chair, for that question. I do acknowledge that change is very difficult, and this is the transformation that UW has experienced in the last 12 months or so. Is not unique and is actually across many institutions, as you may be aware. So it's because of the financial pressures the university sector has been facing, and also the international students and all these different factors manifest in the financial deficit position. So in order to serve our communities with impact, in terms of education and research, the university first and foremost has to operate on a sustainable footing. So we cannot continue to serve our community if we were not sustainable. And that's my first point. The second point is that we have, since my arrival, tried our best to minimize job losses and trying to look at holistically how we're going to save expenditure, the cost in the non-salary areas and procurement included. So all of these areas that we have looked at, and then through the consultation, we also taken into account many feedback, many ideas from our staff and the community. So in the final position, we have actually reduced quite significantly the number of voluntary, even though it's voluntary redundancy, but we reduced by approximately 100. So that said, I don't take lightly, the impact of the transformation on our staff, both those who have left and also those who are still with us. So we do recognize this rebuilding. That is my job, and I'm coming into this. Sure. So whirlwind kind of 6 months, and I've been working very hard to engage with our community.
Thank
both
you.
Within and both outside.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that, and I wanted to give you the opportunity, being new, to give your perspective. From the very recent to a bit of history, Mr. Shanks, you seem to represent the history, the corporate history, I'm afraid to say. And I have a few questions which frankly feel a little odd, and feels a bit weird to be asking them about the activities of a university because they just seem a bit out of scope. But I'm going to ask them anyway. I understand that there were a few sort of international connections made between sort of 2017 and onwards that I'd like to ask you about. The first is a relationship with the Tottenham Hotspur Football Club that was signed off by DVC Global Strategies that seemed to have very limited benefit to the university, but did involve numerous overseas trips involving senior executives during that period. And I wondered, you were on council by then. I just wondered if you have any recollection of that. It just seems an extremely odd partnership to pursue.
I have some recollection. I don't remember all of the details. It was I think I was on council. I was close, but I still understand. I may not have been involved when it was first established, but I was involved as a part of it. My recollection is the intention of that strategy was around attracting international students to Australia who were interested in football and developing a football academy, as in soccer, relationship with Tottenham that was totally focused on generating income for the university through recruitment of mostly international students, but also domestic students. But any more than that, I would need to take on notice to recall the strategy and at the time.
Sure. Look, if you could take anything on notice, because honestly, rings a bit odd to think that the University of Wollongong was thinking about a football academy, which doesn't seem like a natural fit, to be honest. The other one is, I understand that there was a connection with Prince Andrew established through his pitch. Is it called Pitch? I think it was called Pitch at the Palace or something along those lines. There are many questions I have about the sense of that and the wisdom looking back. But, I mean, getting to the finances, I understand that, as I said, odd questions, bathroom renovations for university executive were organised and paid for in preparation for, I think we just call it, he's formerly Prince, another former Prince, formerly known as Prince Andrew, to visit in 2017. And again, I don't know if you recall that or if you have any details you could provide on notice, because I'm just trying to sort of establish a pattern of these very kind of odd decisions across council for a period of time.
Yeah, I understand that. So I certainly have to take on notice any questions about the costs involved with Pitch at the Palace at the University of Wollongong. The Pitch at the Palace program, my understanding at the time was it started in the UK, it had been going for a number of years, and it was a global program aimed at providing opportunities for entrepreneurs. So it was like an early version of pitch competitions for entrepreneurs, which involved having local business people as mentors, helping them develop a pitch, and then giving them a platform on which to promote their business. There were, I believe, 4 universities in Australia that were part of the inaugural Pitch at the Palace Australia. I think there might have been 2 years, but I'm not certain. And I know the University of Wollongong was one of the first in that first year. But I don't recall, I certainly wasn't aware of it, the costs associated with that. I know we hosted the Pitch at the Palace event at our innovation campus, and I know local business leaders were involved in mentoring and supporting the pitches, and we had a judging panel to select a
And there were
regional
executives
winner.
sent to the palace.
I understand that I think you used the title, the DVC Global Strategy, a title like that, was certainly involved in setting those up. Again, I'm not aware of the costs of his attendance overseas.
Okay. I might ask Professor Liu, obviously not personally, but to find some details, if you can, historically of the costs and the details. And also just to advise you that you can still find on your website information about Prince Andrew's involvement with UOW, which you may want to consider revising. That goes to some bigger, I guess, relationships, Mr. Shanks. And again, I'm sorry you're the representative of sort of the corporate history here, but the PPP with Lend-Lease about the student accommodation, which resulted in, we understand, an audit report identifying a $160 million gap that wasn't reported, and was ended up being borrowing to repurchase the accommodation and break that contract. And also, I'm interested in is that also Lend-Lease, the health and wellbeing precinct that's been proposed and developed with, again, I'm wondering about how this fits with mission, an aged care facility on the campus of Wollongong. So if you could talk to, I think they're both Lend-Lease PPP, so maybe if you could answer to those.
Yeah, so I wasn't sure that the student accommodation was Lend-Lease, but I take that you are more likely to be correct. I don't recall that. I think the initial decision to engage in that strategy was prior to my time on council.
I appreciate that.
But my understanding of that time was about providing student accommodation and developing a greater level of student accommodation, which resulted in the building of our large facility on the main campus, and that the negotiations at that point in time were very much about in the interest of the university, but we didn't see, the council at that time didn't see providing student accommodation as actually part of the core business of the university, but something that was closely associated with the university. In setting that up, there were a number of, I guess there were guaranteed levels of occupancy and some...
Guaranteed by whom?
So in the contract it was that if the levels of occupancy didn't meet certain levels, then there was a co-payment contribution from the university. So it was set up
Lend-Lease.
to the other party.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
On the basis, and that was part of the deal. And my understanding, only because I know what happened later, was that was part of the overall transaction. It was not uncommon. It was a normal thing for those sort of transactions to have that sort of certainty. From our university's point of view, then we entered into an environment, particularly through COVID, where we could not meet those minimum levels, and forecasting into the future, the cost of the contribution to meet those payments was significant, and a negotiated outcome to terminate the agreement was paid, which resulted in that loss. I do know on the first transaction there was a significant gain. On the second transaction there was a loss. I don't know how closely they offset each other, but the second loss was then to do two things. One is to not require us to make future payments to the other party, and also to enable us actually to earn the income from the student residences. So we now run those ourselves and earn the income from the students.
Okay. So, and maybe this is for Professor Liu as well. If
Chair,
yes,
may I just jump in?
Sure.
Just one very short point of clarification. The name of the company is called Living and Learning Custodians, Pty Limited, which is a private sector infrastructure consortium specializing in student accommodation. Okay. And that's not Lend-Lease. But the Lend-Lease, Lend-Lease was initially the partner for the health and well-being precinct.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And Mr. Shanks had suspected that, so there was something different there. I appreciate that. I just wondered though, that 169 million had to be borrowed, I understand, to get the university out of the contract. And I just wondered, that sort of ongoing liability would still be on the books. Is that part of the financial situation that the university finds itself in?
I think that's a reasonable assumption. Yes, I don't recall the specific details of. I know we had some facilities, so I think it was probably a drawdown on the facility that we had.
Right. Okay. And perhaps, Professor Lee, this might be one for you. The aged care facility, the health and wellbeing precinct, and innovation campus, which I understand, you'll correct me if I'm wrong, current cost of around $250 million, that it hasn't really delivered and generated the outcomes that was sought. Do you want to comment on that and where that's up to? Because I'm not clear on where that status is.
Okay. Although the project was initiated a long time ago.
Yes.
I think back 2018.
Yep.
And there are several incarnations of the project, and the numbers all changed, and the partners all changed. Currently, I think the number you quoted is the total cost of construction by the developer, which is our partner. And we just the project hasn't started yet, by the way. It's preparation phase. The aim of the project is to build aged care facilities that will alleviate the aged care shortage in the Illawarra region, which is really, really important for the health and well-being of the community. And we are now in discussion with our partners and also with the State of New South Wales government and the federal government to refocus the purpose of the aged care for public good. That is to help unblock the bed blockers, to take the aged care patients into those facilities as a priority.
And what's the university's liability? If the 250 is the construction cost of the developer, what's the exposure of the university at this stage?
At the moment, the number, my advice is that it's around 19 million. That is actually due to the site preparation, parking, all that we will have to do anyway for large part of the innovation campus.
Okay.
Having said that, we are looking to repivot the whole project to be a public good project. So we don't know what it will be the final commitment of the university. I hope that there will be nothing from the university.
Right, okay. I'm just going to ask one more question because I know my colleagues will want to, and this is to you, Mr. Shanks. Your day job is you're still with KPMG?
Yes,
is that right? Okay.
Yes,
I wanted to ask you. You would have perhaps been aware that we have been asking about consultants and also the influence on councils. So you've been on council for a very long time. I understand that the university has had substantial number of contracts with KPMG, and I think I've looked at the various contracts. Some of them are with Wollongong, some of them are listed with other offices. I'm not entirely sure how that would work. But I just wonder, how is that managed, given that you do have you have such a long-term involvement. And it's a bit also the question that we asked the Chancellor. Isn't there a serious risk that there's a perception of conflict of interest having someone from KPMG on the council when so much work has gone to KPMG?
So thank you. Thanks for the question, and suspected you might be interested in KPMG. I guess the starting point is consultant is a very broadly used term. So I've been with KPMG for, in a couple of weeks' time, I've been with KPMG for 35 years, and I've been an audit partner for 25 years. So I'm an audit and assurance partner in our mid-market and private group, which means I do financial statement audits. I'm not a consultant. I don't consult to the sector. I work in an area of financial statement audits, and my clients are predominantly not-for-profit clients and privately owned businesses. When I joined council, we set up both within KPMG and within the council some very clear rules about the roles that I couldn't play and would not play, and the information that I would be given. So KPMG encourages and supports our partners and people from being to be involved in community and to contribute their time on boards and other roles. And so we have a database that records we need approval to take on a role, and we can only do it for not-for-profit organisations. We can't do it for for-profit organisations. We record those registers, and it goes into our system so that anybody who was filling out within our system the documentation to put in a proposal for work with an entity, so in our case the university, as soon as they did that, it would flag my role at the university and remind them to have no correspondence or discussions with me about anything to do with the university. And clearly in the university environment, we've set very tight rules to make sure that I'm never involved in any selection decisions or others, or be in a situation where KPMG would be reporting to me. So we agreed that, notwithstanding, I said I'm an audit partner, a natural role for audit partners is to sit on risk and audit committees, but we always said immediately that if there was an area where there might be work by KPMG that would come before a committee, that was probably that could well have been the Audit and Risk Committee. So I've never sat on the Audit Risk Committee or been any part of that. Also, I could say honestly, until I was invited to this inquiry, that I have not known how much work or the nature of any work that KPMG does with the university. I knew that we had a long-term history of providing tax and accounting advice out of the Wollongong office, and that had been done for long before my time on council. So I knew that there was work of that nature, but I've not been aware of the quantum, and I've not been aware of any specific work. But we felt on guidance that having not known that before, it was appropriate that I have some idea of the scale of those activities. So I do know that we report in financial years, and it's difficult to extract our information. So in the current financial year, so we're halfway through the current financial year, KPMG's fees are around $59,000, which I understand to be predominantly tax and accounting advice. The previous year was $174,000. There was one $80,000 project, and the rest was general. And the year before that, which I think is 26, 25, 2024, was $433,000. There was one project for about $340,000, which is, I know it to be identity implementation, but I honestly have no idea what that project was. So over the last 3 years, so this year 60,000, last year 175, the big year, the year before 430. I think the years before that were less than that. So I acknowledge that yes, KPMG has earned fees, but it's not of the quantum that the committee might have thought that it was.
I've got one question that I know others will want to ask. Just one last one. We heard that there were, I think, was it the Auditor General? There was a audit done of the university's accounts in, I'm just trying to find my notes, 2021 or 22, which found the $169 million mistake and that it wasn't accounted for. As an accounting specialist, I'm not suggesting you were involved with it, but that, and someone who's on council, that's a sizable oversight. How did that happen with a council that is meant to be chock full of people who understand finances and auditing and all of these things? It's a huge oversight, isn't it?
It is. I don't recall the situation. I know that surprises you because it's a big number. There are a range of different ways that prior period restatements and adjustments can happen around the intricacies of some of the accounting standards and the nature of certain types of transactions. So I remember I know that I would have looked at that and got an understanding for why that treatment was appropriate. The accounting standard language is very black and white and harsh in its description of things as errors, but I need to take on notice the particular circumstances.
Thank you very much. I'm going to hand over to my fellow members. Sarah, Anthony, I'll just check if Sarah's. I'll just check Sarah first.
Oh, yeah, Sarah first, sure.
Sarah?
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. I just have a couple of quick ones. I just wanted to ask about, we've had sort of different witnesses over the course of a couple of days of the hearings that we've had. Just talk about the makeup of the university councils more broadly, and also there was a question or conversations about that in relation to Wollongong today as well. And I was just interested, I guess, and happy for any or all of you to answer, in terms of sort of the governance and the oversight mechanisms, the varied expertise of people on the council. Do you think the current process works? Do you think there are arguments for having, for instance, a higher number of elected members to council? And did you want to make any comment on that issue?
I'm happy to make a comment first, if that's okay. I know others will as well. It is often a topic of discussion around the makeup of council, and I believe at Wollongong our balance works well. So we've got a mix of elected representation from academic staff, professional staff and students, both undergrad and postgrad, who are active contributors in the discussion around the board table and in many of the committees. And then we have a mix of university or council appointed members. I work with lots of boards in a range of different contexts, and it's not unusual for boards to have appointments to council. What it does is allow us to really apply a skills matrix and look at the mix of skills and experience that we need. Universities are very complex businesses, operations, and it's important to have a breadth of different experience that supplements and complements the elected roles. It also allows for more continuity. So we acknowledge that I've been on council for quite a long time. A lot of the elected roles, because of the nature of either the students or the election process, are not on council for as long, so the continuity is really important. The other observation I'd make is that I regularly read about too many corporate people on university councils. One thing I think it groups us all together in a way that I don't think is fair when you look at the detailed skills and experience of each of the people that we have on our council. We all bring very different skills. There are no two of us that think alike or act alike or actually have the same experience. The breadth is really great. At the moment, I think half of the independents are alumni of the university, so they've come back to donate their time because they're passionate, and they are all very, very passionate about the university. I'm not an alumni, but 3 of my children are alumni, and my youngest son has finished his degree, but he's not an alumni yet because he graduates later in the year. And many of us have children that have been through the university. So yes, we are potentially corporates, but with a very broad range of experience. And I think the activation and the engagement within the council room and within the committees is really valuable and allows all those perspectives to be heard.
Thank you. Ms Mitchell, anything from you else?
Just want to add one point.
Oh, sorry.
Please, Professor Lowe.
Please go ahead, Professor.
Oh, yeah. So the council currently has 17 members, 5 of whom have been elected, 2 students, 2 staff, 3 staff. 3 staff, sorry. So that's elected, plus the chair of academic senate, who's also elected, but I think that's ex-official on the council, but it's elected by staff. And the diversity of the council in terms of gender and other characteristics is very good.
Okay, thank you. Ms Mitchell?
I just have one quick one, Chair. Sorry,
could I add one thing?
Sorry, I'm just going to let Ms Mitchell ask and then we'll give you the chance.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry, Ms Mitchell, it's hard with the... Ms Mitchell, go ahead.
It was just a very simple question back to Mr Shanks in terms of, I think you're talking about auditing before, and I'm just wondering, does the university have external auditors in general, or do you do some of that in-house back within the university? Has that changed recently? I just wanted some clarity around that.
Yes, so there's 2 different types of audit, and sometimes they get confused. So there's external audit, which is the audit of the financial statements of an entity. The external auditor of the university, of all universities, is the Auditor General, the Audit Office of New South Wales. The Auditor General does subcontract some of those audits at different times and usually tries to find a balance, my understanding is, between the ones they do themselves and the ones they outsource. So KPMG has never been the external auditor of the university. There's another type of audit called internal audit, which does involve performing reviews against processes and systems, and is mostly focused on both ensuring the controls are adequately managed and are effective, but also identifying performance improvement opportunities in an organisation, either to improve the controls or improve the efficiency. And there have been times in which KPMG has been providing internal audit services to the University of Wollongong.
Thank you, Mr. Shanks. I'm so sorry to cut you off. I'm really
I
aware we've
certainly
got a
wasn't
limited
involved in
amount of
any
time. I've said that Professor Reynolds could answer, and there's more questions to come.
Well, it was just a point that the skills matrix of council has been developing in the time I've been there, and now includes a specific HE sector element for external council members. We've recently appointed council members based on their knowledge of the higher education sector.
Thank you. And it would be great if we could get a copy of that on notice.
Yeah.
That'd be great.
Okay.
I'm going to go over to Ms. Boyd, and then I'll come back to... No, you're okay? Ms. Merton?
Thank you. Thank you very much to the three of you. I'm thinking this one is probably Professor Reynolds, but you redirect me. Just in light of the sort of the transformation period at the university, and we've heard this just from other universities earlier in the inquiry, just about the student or the course offerings for 2026. I'm just wondering, have they been finalised in terms of what's available to students for 2026?
I believe so. I'm going to actually look at Max. I don't think we've made any changes.
The answer is yes. Yes.
Mm-hmm. All right. Yeah. So no subjects are sort of under review or questionable, and students are unsure as to whether they'll be available.
You're correct.
They shouldn't be.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Diana.
Mr. Shanks, I wanted to ask you about the selection process for the Chancellor. You were in the audience when the Chancellor was giving evidence. Perhaps you might be able to clarify the process that was undertaking, and particularly the panel composition, that there seemed to be some doubt about whether Mr. Gonski was a member of the panel. Can you confirm that he was a member of the panel?
Yes, so certainly. Selection of a Chancellor is a significant event in a university's life, and one that you don't want to do too often. We try to recruit people into the role who will be able to fill that for
It's been a busy few years.
Chancellor, yes. Even at Chancellor, yes. We wanted to be able to provide as effective a function as possible to identify potential chancellors and interview them and select them. So we established a selection committee that did include at that time, the two deputy chancellors, myself and Rob Ryan, and also David Gonski. David Gonski, as Chancellor of the University of New South Wales, is extremely highly regarded as a very long term. I think he's just finished 17 or 18 years as Chancellor, someone who has a deep understanding of the role and also a deep range of connections and experience. Chancellor is a really challenging role, and identifying a person who has the skills across a broad range of areas, the ability to chair a board with such diverse membership as we've described, and to bring out the appropriate skills and experience from everybody, to be able to engage with stakeholders at government level and philanthropy and others, and also, I think, Mr. Adam, as you identified, to actually be able to contribute both the time involved and to do that for no money.
Right, so you have to be wealthy.
Actually makes it does really limit the ability to recruit people for that role.
To be able to do it.
To be fair, when we recruited and suggested, so we make a recommendation to council, who then formally
Were you the chair of the selection panel?
No, I think Rob Ryan was chair. He was the more senior deputy
And
chancellor at the time.
did David Gonski in the deliberations indicate that he'd approached Mr. Still?
So we had
in advance of the selection process?
Yes, we had a broad range. We had a number of discussions before the selection process to identify the skills and experience we were after in a Chancellor, and to seek from each of us and from some others. We were supported by a recruitment firm. Sorry, now that I'm thinking through that process, we were supported by a recruitment firm who also identified potential candidates for us.
Do you think approaching a candidate in advance prejudices the deliberations?
No, because our view was we want to cast as wide a net as possible and identify people who might have the capacity, who would then go through the selection process and interview process. And so David Gonski did play a role in helping us in the final selection process, but he also helped us identify potential and sound them out before we went too far into the process. And then Rob and I...
How many candidates did David Gonski contact?
Sorry?
How many candidates did David Gonski reach out to?
I don't know. I can't recall. And
But you were aware that he'd reached out to Mr. Still?
We would have had a broad range of discussions first about, before he reached out to anybody, we had long lists and short lists and shorter lists to identify the people that we thought might be appropriate people. And at that point, if he had a way of reaching out to them to ask them would they be interested, then we did use that process to identify before we then went through the further process. We also, I can't remember who they were, I'm sure we had a selection firm helping us as well, and we also put in names of people that we'd identified and seen. So
were there
yes,
any women on the
after we
short
selected,
list?
yes, there were.
Okay.
But not on the selection panel?
No, at the time we were at the composition of council at that time we had 2 male deputy chancellors, but prior to the chancellor we were replacing was a female chancellor. And then when we appointed a male chancellor, we then, when we had the opportunity, reconfigured so that we have a male and a female deputy chancellor.
And in terms of your selection criteria, higher education experience wasn't critical?
We certainly wanted people who could demonstrate to us that they had a passion for education and understood the importance and the role that it played. And so it was a factor, but direct education experience.
Not necessary.
In the range, well, it would have been fantastic, but it also in the broad mix of things we needed, there was a limitation in being able to identify people with that experience who also had the capacity, particularly in time, but also financially to fill the role.
Did you, was there a sort of discussion about selecting someone who might be able to facilitate a change in the leadership of the organisation?
No, that wasn't part of the discussion.
So it wasn't part of the brief when Mr. Still was brought on?
No.
That he would facilitate a change in the leadership?
No, it was certainly about leading in a really challenging time and the need for it. I think we told Michael that it would be a 1 to 2 day a week role, and it's been clear that from day one he's put in much more hours than that. But no, it was very much about leading the university through such a challenging time, but it was never about the specifics of that.
So when I asked Mr. Still about the process leading up to the resignation of Professor
Davidson,
you were the first name that he came up with in terms of who he spoke to in advance of approaching Professor Davidson and asking for a resignation. Do you recall that conversation?
So I do recall the Chancellor call's the wrong phrase, but called an informal meeting of the independent members of council to gauge a range of views and perspectives on how the university was dealing with the very challenging environment we found ourselves in, financially, and the flow-on effects of financial to strategically. And so he sounded us out collectively. I don't recall having a conversation individually.
Can I just jump in? Can I just jump in with that? How often do you have non-formal collective meetings of external members? Independent members? Because that seems like that's a concern to me.
Absolutely. To my recollection, that's the only time we've done that.
Right.
There's a hierarchy, though, isn't there, in terms of the members of council? If you're an elected member, you have kind of less status and authority than you do as an independent. Is that fair to say?
I don't believe so. I don't believe that's the way we operate. In this circumstance, the reason for not engaging with the elected members is because of the fact that they're elected from the staff of the university, and therefore
They might leak.
No, I wasn't actually worried about a leak. It was the fact that to ask them their view on the performance of the leader of the university when they were an employee of the university, we felt would be inappropriate. It wasn't about being concerned about a leak of that. It was what the Chancellor was doing was gauging the views of council members so that he could engage in a conversation with Trish about how we were going to deal with the situation, Professor Davidson, about how we were going to deal with the circumstance that we're in, and to understand the urgency of the decisions that we needed to make.
Was it a majority?
I think around the view of council, I think in the council room we do a good job, and I think the Chancellor does a good job of engaging with the broad views and perspectives. For a while we actually had on our name tags the way people had come to council, and I very early in our time said that's not relevant. Once we're in the council room, we are council members. We're not beholden to the way we got there. So I think it's really important to acknowledge that everyone's equal in council.
Committee structure of the council. How many committees are there of council?
Lots. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 that I've been on, and a couple that I haven't, so probably 9 or 10. There's probably 3 substantive committees.
How many of those committees are chaired by an elected representative of council? Any?
I'm not aware of any that are.
None?
No.
But they're equal in standing to the independent members
I believe so. Part of my view would be my earlier answer that it's important for continuity. Appointed council members are appointed for 4-year terms,
Right.
and we can do 3 4-year terms, so that continuity is important, and the independence of the role. Sometimes, so I chaired People and Culture, was the most recent significant substantive committee that I chaired, and we had representatives from staff and from students who were incredibly valuable contributors to that group.
What about
I did chair
the
it.
key committees around remuneration and
Finance.
the committee
So I
that
think
can-
that performance-
has the delegation around disestablishing, I think is the term that's being used, senior staff. There's a committee that's got delegation. Any elected members of the council on those committees?
No.
I don't think so.
No.
But we can take that on notice. But I'm sure.
well,
I'm
not-
sure you know. I'm sure we've got the answer.
And what's
yes.
the
Not on the
term
Performance and Remuneration
that
Committee.
people are appointed to those subcommittees for? How long are they appointed?
I think they're 2-year terms,
2
rolling 2-year
years.
terms.
So is it not possible that you could appoint a staff or
It is possible, and we do have staff people on
student
those.
person to those committees?
We do have student. I said certainly my committee, the People and Culture Committee, had both student and staff reps who were an important part of it. I guess whilst formally established as chair appointed for a 2-year term, you would expect the chair to be able to do more than one term to allow that continuity, but the individual appointment is 2 years.
Can I ask about potential conflict? I understand that one of the independent council members has some personal relationship with the council secretary.
I'm not aware of that.
Has that ever been raised with
A council
the
member.
council?
A council
The
member.
council secretary
And a council member. Not that I'm aware of.
No?
Not that I'm aware of.
Never been declared? Never been considered?
I can't say with certainty. I don't recall hearing it, so I don't think there's one that's been declared, and I don't recall any conversation. I've had no conversations about that.
Okay, one last question for me. Some of the evidence that we heard earlier, there was some evidence given around a student advisory council. Why do you need a student advisory council when you have established student representative bodies already?
Do you want me to take that one, as I've been here the longest? So the Student Advisory Council includes the WUSA and the WUPA president, but it also goes more broadly to ensure students such as from disability groups or minority groups have a say in what is going on. And so there it's a mix of elected and appointed. I think I would have to take on notice exactly how that mix comes about. But it's there to ensure that there's a broad range
You
of
don't
voices.
think the elected bodies, if asked to provide representatives that meet those criteria, couldn't provide those?
Well, the elected members to the Student Advisory Council are directly elected from, for example, students in a particular faculty to ensure representation there. As I said, I know that much. I don't know the full details of how that comes about.
So is someone who's appointed more representative than someone who's elected?
Probably not, but they're smaller. So, for example, there are elected student members of Academic Senate who are members of the Student Advisory Council.
Yeah.
There are elected members of council who are members of the Student Advisory Council. So they are also elected, but not necessarily to the WUPA or the WUSA positions.
I am aware that we are out of time.
Out of time.
I have a couple of
Okay.
questions that I'll just
Sorry.
flag that I'm going to put on notice for you. One is about Professor Liu, the enforceable undertaking about the 6.6 million payments to staff, which was identified as quo as being as the result of actually poor governance, which is kind of the point of us being here. And so I will put some questions on notice about that. And there will be others, I'm sure, that we will get to you in due course by the Secretariat. The time frame for answering those is the end of January to take account of the holiday season. Oh, I know, and I just want to flag with you, Professor Liu, on the back of Mr. Dam's question, I would like to have a breakdown of where SAF funding has gone over the past 5 years, so to which organisations and where that's gone over the past 5 years.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. We'll take that question on notice as well.
Thank you. We thank you very much for appearing today. We do appreciate that. And as I said, the Secretariat will be in touch. Thank you so much.
Thank you.